Adrenal fatigue is a condition that naturopaths and alternative health practitioners claim occurs when your adrenal glands become exhausted from pumping out stress hormones like cortisol for too long. The theory suggests that modern life's constant stress eventually burns out these walnut-sized glands that sit on top of your kidneys, leaving you feeling perpetually drained. Believers say this condition manifests as chronic tiredness that doesn't improve with sleep, difficulty waking up in the morning, craving salty or sweet foods, feeling overwhelmed by everyday tasks, and needing caffeine just to function. Some also report getting sick more often, feeling dizzy when standing up quickly, and having trouble concentrating. The concept gained popularity in the 1990s through books like Adrenal Fatigue, The 21st Century Stress Syndrome, by chiropractor James Wilson, who actually coined the term. Wilson described 4 stages of adrenal exhaustion, from initial alarm reactions to complete burnout, where the glands supposedly stop producing adequate hormones. Practitioners typically diagnose this through saliva tests that measure cortisol levels at different times throughout the day. They claim healthy people should have high cortisol in the morning that gradually decreases, while those with adrenal fatigue show either consistently low levels or erratic patterns. The medical establishment firmly rejects adrenal fatigue as a legitimate diagnosis. The Endocrine Society and major medical organizations state there's no scientific evidence that chronic stress can damage healthy adrenal glands in this way. They point out that real adrenal insufficiency, called Addison's disease, is a serious condition with clear laboratory findings and entirely different symptoms. Treatment protocols usually involve expensive supplement regimens featuring adrenal extracts, adaptogenic herbs like ashwagandha and rhodiola, high doses of vitamin C and B vitamins, and strict dietary changes. Some practitioners also recommend bioidentical hormone replacement and complete lifestyle overhauls that can cost thousands of dollars. Alexander Technique is a movement method that claims to unlock the body's natural coordination by changing how we think about motion itself. Frederick Matthias Alexander, an Australian actor in the 1890s, developed this approach after repeatedly losing his voice during performances. Instead of seeking medical treatment, Alexander spent years studying his own reflection in mirrors, convinced that his physical habits were sabotaging his career. His observations led him to believe that most people unconsciously interfere with their body's natural functioning through unnecessary muscle tension and poor coordination patterns. The technique centers on what Alexander called primary control, the relationship between the head, neck, and back that supposedly governs all other movement. Teachers guide students to become aware of habitual tension patterns and learn to inhibit automatic responses before redirecting their bodies into more efficient alignment. Students don't perform exercises or stretches. Instead, they practice everyday activities like sitting, standing, and walking, while a certified teacher uses gentle hand contact to guide them toward what Alexander termed good use. The Juilliard School, Yale School of Drama, and Royal Academy of Music have integrated Alexander Technique into their curricula, with famous graduates including Kevin Kline, William Hurt, and Hilary Swank crediting the method for improving their performance abilities. Medical practitioners have studied its effects on chronic pain, particularly back and neck issues, with some research suggesting benefits for conditions like Parkinson's disease and repetitive strain injuries. However, the technique's emphasis on conscious control over unconscious processes and its claims about psychophysical unity place it in contested territory between legitimate bodywork and pseudoscientific thinking about mind-body connections. Foot detox is a wellness practice that claims to remove harmful toxins from your body through the soles of your feet. The most popular version involves soaking your feet in a basin filled with warm salt water, while an electrical device called an ion generator creates a low-level current. Within minutes, the clear water begins transforming into murky shades of brown, orange, or even black. Practitioners point to these dramatic color changes as proof that toxins are being pulled directly from your organs through your feet. Different colors supposedly indicate different types of toxins. brown water means liver toxins, orange suggests joint problems, and black water indicates heavy metals. The footpad version involves adhesive patches placed on the bottom of your feet overnight. By morning, the originally white pads have turned dark and gummy, which manufacturers claim shows the toxins that were drawn out while you slept. The appeal lies in the immediate visual evidence. Unlike other detox methods that promise invisible internal changes, foot detox provides dramatic before and after photos that seem impossible to fake. However, the color changes have nothing to do with your body's toxins. In ionic foot baths, the discoloration comes from the metal electrodes corroding in the salt water, a basic electrochemical reaction. The same color changes occur even when no feet are present in the water. For foot pads, the darkening happens when moisture from your feet activates ingredients like wood vinegar and bamboo extract, which naturally turn dark when wet. Despite the lack of scientific evidence, the foot detox industry generates millions in revenue annually, with sessions typically costing $30 to $60 each. Perineum sunning is the practice of exposing the area between your genitals and anus directly to sunlight for supposed health benefits. This trend exploded across social media platforms in 2019 when wellness influencer Metaphysical Megan posted about absorbing solar energy through what she called the most important 30 seconds of her day. The central claim revolves around the perineum containing a high concentration of nerve endings and energy pathways that traditional Chinese medicine calls meridians. Advocates believe this sensitive area can absorb vitamin D and solar energy more efficiently than other parts of the body, supposedly delivering benefits equivalent to hours of regular sun exposure in just minutes. Josh Brolin, the Hollywood actor, famously tried the practice and ended up with what he described as a crazy burning sensation that left him unable to sit properly for days. His Instagram confession about the mishap brought mainstream attention to the trend and highlighted the obvious risks of exposing such delicate skin to direct ultraviolet radiation. Influencers like Ray of Earth and Troy Casey have promoted 90-second to 5-minute sessions as optimal, claiming benefits ranging from increased testosterone and improved sleep quality to enhanced creativity and spiritual awakening. Some even suggest it can boost fertility and regulate circadian rhythms more effectively than conventional light therapy. The practice draws loosely from ancient Taoist traditions involving solar gazing and energy cultivation, though historical texts make no specific mention of perineal sun exposure. Modern practitioners often combine it with breathwork, meditation, and grounding techniques while positioned in specific yoga poses. Medical professionals universally warn against the practice, noting that the perineal area lacks the melanin protection found in other skin areas and can suffer severe burns, increased infection risk, and potential long-term damage from ultraviolet exposure. Ayurveda is a traditional healing system from India that claims to balance your body's energies through personalized treatments based on your fundamental constitution. The system divides every person into 3 main body types called doshas: Vata, Pitta, and Kapha, each supposedly governing different bodily functions and personality traits. Vata people are said to be thin, creative, and prone to anxiety, while Pitta types are described as medium-built, ambitious, and quick to anger. Kapha individuals are characterized as larger, calm, and slow to change. Practitioners determine your dominant dosha through pulse diagnosis, where they claim to feel over 20 different pulse qualities that reveal everything from your digestive strength to your emotional state. Some Ayurvedic doctors insist they can diagnose pregnancy, mental illness, and even predict future health problems just by feeling your wrist. The treatment arsenal includes oil pulling, where patients swish coconut or sesame oil in their mouths for 15 to 20 minutes daily to supposedly draw toxins from their entire body. Panchakarma purification involves induced vomiting, therapeutic enemas, and bloodletting to eliminate accumulated waste products called ama. More concerning are the basmas, ash preparations made by repeatedly heating metals like mercury, lead, and gold with herbs until they form powders. These metallic medicines are prescribed for everything from diabetes to infertility, despite documented cases of heavy metal poisoning in patients who consumed them. Modern Ayurvedic manufacturers market products claiming to cure cancer, AIDS, and genetic disorders through ancient formulations. The Maharishi organization promotes transcendental meditation as an Ayurvedic technique that can supposedly enable human flight and create world peace through group meditation sessions. Several high-profile practitioners have faced legal action for making unsubstantiated medical claims, yet the system continues to gain popularity in wellness circles worldwide. Essential oils are concentrated plant extracts that have somehow convinced millions of people they can cure everything from cancer to childhood behavioral disorders. These aromatic liquids, created by distilling or pressing various parts of plants, contain the concentrated essence of their source material in bottles that typically cost more per ounce than premium whiskey. The modern essential oil movement exploded in the 2010s, largely driven by multi-level marketing companies like doTERRA and Young Living. These companies train distributors to make increasingly bold medical claims, despite lacking any pharmaceutical licensing or medical training. Representatives routinely suggest that frankincense can shrink tumors, that thieves' oil blend can prevent infectious diseases, and that lavender can replace anxiety medication. The pseudoscientific foundation rests on something called aromatherapy, which claims that inhaling or applying these oils can trigger specific physiological responses throughout the body. Practitioners believe that because plants produce these compounds for protection or attraction, humans can harness these same properties for healing. This thinking ignores the fundamental differences between plant biology and human physiology. Young Living founder Gary Young, who died in 2018, claimed his oils could treat conditions ranging from Lou Gehrig's disease to autism. The company faced multiple FDA warning letters for unauthorized medical claims. Young himself had no medical training and was once arrested for practicing medicine without a license after a patient died during one of his alternative treatments. The most dangerous aspect involves people replacing proven medical treatments with oil protocols. Parents have withheld seizure medications from epileptic children, instead applying diluted peppermint oil to their feet. Others have ingested oregano oil believing it works better than antibiotics, sometimes resulting in severe chemical burns to their digestive systems. What makes essential oils particularly insidious is that they do have some legitimate uses. Peppermint oil can genuinely help with nausea, and tea tree oil has actual antifungal properties. These small kernels of truth get weaponized to support much grander claims about curing serious diseases. The financial motivation creates an echo chamber where distributors must believe in increasingly extreme claims to justify their investment. Many spend thousands of dollars on starter kits and monthly orders, then recruit others to recoup their losses. This creates communities where questioning the oil's effectiveness means questioning someone's livelihood and social network. Oil pulling is an ancient Ayurvedic practice that involves swishing a tablespoon of oil in your mouth for 15 to 20 minutes every morning, then spitting it out. The oil of choice is typically coconut, sesame, or sunflower oil. Believers claim this simple routine can cure an astonishing range of ailments. We're talking bad breath, gum disease, tooth decay, diabetes, heart disease, arthritis, eczema, and even cancer. The theory suggests that swishing oil somehow pulls toxins from your bloodstream through the tissues in your mouth. The supposed mechanism relies on the idea that bacteria and toxins get trapped in the oil as you swish, creating a sort of oral detox. Some practitioners insist the oil changes color during the process, turning white or yellow as evidence of toxin removal. Dr. F. Karak, a Ukrainian physician, popularized oil pulling in the 1990s by presenting it at a conference of oncologists and bacteriologists. He claimed it could cure headaches and bronchitis within days, while more serious conditions like blood diseases and chronic illnesses would clear up within months. Modern wellness influencers have latched onto oil pulling with enthusiasm. Gwyneth Paltrow and Shailene Woodley have publicly endorsed the practice, with Woodley claiming it whitens teeth better than any commercial product. The practice does have some legitimate oral health benefits. Swishing oil can reduce harmful bacteria in the mouth and may help with gingivitis. However, the leap from modest oral health improvements to curing systemic diseases lacks scientific support. The 20-minute duration seems particularly arbitrary, though practitioners insist anything less won't achieve the full detoxifying effect. Iridology is the practice of examining the colored part of your eye to diagnose diseases and health conditions throughout your entire body. Practitioners claim they can detect everything from kidney problems to emotional trauma simply by studying the patterns, colors, and markings in your iris. The foundation rests on iris charts that divide the eye into dozens of sections, each supposedly corresponding to specific organs. The left eye maps to the left side of your body, the right eye to the right side. A dark spot in the upper portion might indicate lung issues, while unusual pigmentation near the bottom could suggest digestive problems. This concept originated with Hungarian physician Ignác von Petzely in 1856. Legend holds that he developed the theory after observing changes in an owl's iris following a broken leg. Whether this owl story happened or not, von Petzely spent decades creating detailed iris maps that modern iridologists still reference today. Practitioners examine eyes using specialized magnifying equipment and bright lights, looking for what they call lacunae, which are small gaps or holes in the iris fiber. They also search for radial furrows, concentric rings, and color variations that supposedly reveal the body's secrets. Bernard Jensen, a prominent American iridologist, refined these techniques throughout the mid-1900s and trained thousands of practitioners. He claimed to identify over 100 different iris signs, each pointing to specific health conditions. The appeal lies in its non-invasive nature and the intricate detail visible in every iris. No two irises are identical, not even between your own eyes, creating endless patterns for interpretation. Modern scientific testing has repeatedly failed to validate iridological diagnoses, with studies showing practitioners perform no better than random chance when identifying actual medical conditions. Germanic New Medicine is a controversial medical system developed by German doctor Reich Gerd Hamer in the 1980s. Hamer claimed that all diseases, including cancer, are caused by unexpected psychological shocks or conflicts, and that conventional treatments like chemotherapy are unnecessary and harmful. The system is built around what Hamer called the 5 biological laws. The first law states that every disease begins with a dramatic shock experience that catches a person completely off guard. The second law divides diseases into 2 phases, an active conflict phase and a healing phase that begins once the psychological conflict is resolved. According to Hamer, specific types of psychological conflicts cause predictable diseases in corresponding organs. For example, he claimed that lung cancer results from a death-fright conflict, while breast cancer stems from a worry conflict about family members. The most distinctive aspect of Germanic New Medicine involves brain CT scans. Hamer believed that psychological conflicts create visible ring-like patterns in brain scans, which he called Hamer-Foci. He claimed these circular formations prove his theories and can be used to diagnose both the psychological conflict and the resulting physical disease. Hamer developed these ideas after his son Dirk died in a shooting accident in 1978. Shortly afterward, Hamer himself was diagnosed with testicular cancer, which he attributed to the psychological trauma of losing his child. The medical system gained followers across Europe, particularly in Germany and Austria. However, Hamer lost his medical license in 1986 after authorities determined his methods were dangerous to patients. Several European countries have banned the practice of Germanic New Medicine. Multiple cases have been documented where patients died after refusing conventional cancer treatment in favor of Hamer's methods, including children whose parents chose this approach over standard medical care. Hamer also incorporated conspiracy theories into his later teachings, claiming that conventional medicine was part of a deliberate plot to harm non-Jewish populations while secretly providing effective treatments to Jewish patients. Despite legal restrictions and medical opposition, Germanic New Medicine continues to attract followers who believe that resolving psychological conflicts can cure physical diseases without medical intervention. Radionics is a method that claims to diagnose and treat illness using mysterious energy fields transmitted across any distance. Practitioners believe they can heal patients on the other side of the world using nothing more than a photograph, a strand of hair, or even just the person's name written on paper. The practice emerged in the early 1900s when physician Albert Abrams developed what he called the electronic reactions of Abrams. Abrams constructed elaborate machines filled with resistors, rheostats, and calibrated dials that supposedly detected disease vibrations from patient samples. He claimed each illness had a specific numerical rate that could be dialed into his devices. These radionic machines became increasingly complex over the decades. Ruth Drown expanded the field in the 1930s by developing radionic photography, claiming her cameras could capture images of internal organs from thousands of miles away, using only a blood spot. Her photographs allegedly showed tumors, broken bones, and other conditions in patients she had never physically examined. Malcolm Ray later introduced geometric patterns called radionic witnesses, believing that specific shapes could broadcast healing frequencies to distant patients. Practitioners would place these patterns on their machines alongside patient samples, then adjust dials to transmit therapeutic vibrations. Modern radionic devices range from simple black boxes with random electronic components to computer programs that claim to analyze digital photographs for health imbalances. Some practitioners use pendulums to determine the correct settings, while others rely on muscle testing or intuitive impressions. The field has produced some particularly ambitious claims, including the ability to treat plants and animals from photographs, influence weather patterns, and even affect past events through temporal broadcasting. Urotherapy is the practice of drinking your own urine as a form of alternative medicine. Practitioners claim this liquid waste can cure everything from cancer to baldness, boost immune systems, and even reverse aging. The belief centers around the idea that urine contains valuable nutrients, hormones, and antibodies that get wasted when flushed away. Advocates argue that by recycling these compounds back into the body, you can achieve optimal health and treat chronic diseases that conventional medicine struggles with. John Armstrong popularized modern urotherapy in the 1940s with his book, The Water of Life, where he documented over 30,000 cases of people supposedly cured through urine therapy. More recently, former Indian Prime Minister Morarji Desai publicly endorsed the practice, claiming he drank a glass of his own urine every morning well into his 90s. The typical protocol involves drinking a midstream sample first thing in the morning when urine is most concentrated. Some practitioners take it further, applying urine topically to skin conditions or using it in enemas. Advanced practitioners might fast for days while consuming nothing but their own urine and water. Urine consists of roughly 95% water mixed with urea, creatinine, sodium, and other waste products your kidneys filtered out because your body didn't need them. The small amounts of vitamins and minerals present are there because you already have enough circulating in your bloodstream. Medical professionals point out that reintroducing these waste products forces your kidneys to work overtime, filtering the same toxins repeatedly, potentially leading to kidney damage and electrolyte imbalances. Rolfing is a bodywork technique that claims to restructure your entire physical and emotional being through aggressive manipulation of connective tissue. Developed by biochemist Ida Rolf in the 1950s, this practice involves practitioners using their knuckles, elbows, and sustained pressure to dig deep into what's called fascia, the thin tissue surrounding every muscle in your body. The sessions are notoriously intense, with clients often grimacing through 10 grueling appointments that can last up to 90 minutes each. Rolf believed that trauma, poor posture, and emotional stress literally reshape the body's structure over time, creating what she called random body, a misaligned form that traps both physical tension and psychological baggage. Her solution involved systematically working through the body's tissue layers to restore what she termed normal body. The process follows a specific sequence. Sessions 1 through 3 focus on superficial layers, opening the chest and lengthening the torso. Sessions 4 through 7 target deeper core muscles and pelvic alignment. The final 3 sessions integrate everything, supposedly leaving clients permanently transformed. Practitioners claim Rolfing can eliminate chronic pain, improve athletic performance, increase height by up to 2 inches, and even resolve deep-seated emotional issues stored in the tissues. Some clients report profound psychological breakthroughs during particularly intense sessions, as if years of buried feelings suddenly surface when specific body areas are manipulated. The technique gained popularity among dancers, actors, and athletes seeking peak performance, though mainstream medicine remains skeptical of its more dramatic claims. Despite costing thousands of dollars for a complete series, Rolfing maintains devoted followers who swear by its life-changing effects. The Bates method is an alternative vision improvement technique that claims poor eyesight stems from mental strain rather than physical defects in the eye itself. William Horatio Bates, a licensed ophthalmologist practicing in New York during the early 1900s, developed this controversial approach after observing that his patients' vision seemed to fluctuate throughout the day. He concluded that traditional corrective lenses were not only unnecessary, but actually harmful, permanently weakening the eyes by creating dependency. Bates identified what he called the 6 fundamental principles of natural vision. Central fixation involves focusing on one small area at a time rather than trying to see everything at once. Movement requires constantly shifting attention to prevent staring, which Bates believed caused strain. The method includes several specific exercises that practitioners swear by. Palming involves covering closed eyes with the palms of both hands for 10 to 20 minutes, creating complete darkness to allow the retina to rest. Sunning encourages looking toward the sun with closed eyelids, gradually building tolerance to bright light. The long swing requires standing and slowly turning the body left and right, while letting the eyes passively follow the movement. Bates claimed his patients regularly threw away their glasses after weeks of practice. He documented cases of people improving from severe nearsightedness to 20/20 vision using only his techniques. His 1920 book, Perfect Sight Without Glasses, included detailed testimonials and before and after measurements that seemed to support these dramatic improvements. The mainstream medical community rejected Bates's theories almost immediately. Controlled studies consistently failed to replicate his results, and ophthalmologists pointed out that many vision problems stem from the physical shape of the eyeball rather than muscle tension. Despite this scientific opposition, the Bates method gained a dedicated following that persists today, with practitioners claiming modern eye doctors suppress this natural alternative to protect their profits from selling glasses and contact lenses. Gua Sha is a traditional Chinese healing practice that involves repeatedly scraping the skin with a smooth-edged tool until distinctive red marks appear across the treatment area. The technique creates what practitioners call sha, raised red spots that look remarkably similar to severe bruising, but are claimed to release trapped toxins from beneath the skin. The practice dates back over 2,000 years and uses tools ranging from jade stones to buffalo horn scrapers, though modern practitioners often opt for stainless steel implements shaped like small shovels. The scraping motion follows specific meridian lines that traditional Chinese medicine claims correspond to different organ systems throughout the body. What makes Gua Sha particularly striking is the dramatic visual aftermath. Patients emerge from sessions looking as though they've been in accidents, with angry red welts covering their backs, necks, or faces. These marks typically fade within 3 to 7 days, but during that time, the appearance can be quite alarming to those unfamiliar with the practice. Modern wellness culture has embraced Gua Sha with particular enthusiasm for facial treatments, claiming the gentler scraping motions can reduce wrinkles, improve circulation, and create a natural facelift effect. Social media influencers demonstrate the technique using rose quartz tools, promising everything from lymphatic drainage to jawline definition. The practice gained significant attention when Olympic swimmer Michael Phelps appeared at the 2016 Rio Olympics, covered in circular marks from cupping therapy, though Gua Sha creates different linear patterns. Several other athletes have publicly credited similar traditional practices with improving their performance and recovery times. Clinical research on Gua Sha remains limited, though some studies have suggested potential benefits for chronic neck pain and certain inflammatory conditions. However, the mechanisms behind these effects remain unclear, and many of the broader health claims lack substantial scientific backing. The technique has also found its way into high-end spas and beauty clinics, where sessions can cost upwards of $150 for facial treatments that promise immediate skin transformation. Reiki is a Japanese energy healing technique that claims practitioners can channel universal life force energy through their palms to heal physical and emotional ailments. Developed in the early 1900s by Mikao Usui, a Japanese Buddhist monk, Reiki operates on the belief that an invisible energy called ki flows through all living beings. When this energy becomes blocked or depleted, illness and emotional distress supposedly follow. During a typical session, a Reiki master places their hands on or slightly above specific points on a fully clothed client's body. No physical manipulation occurs, yet practitioners claim they can detect energy blockages and direct healing energy to problem areas. Sessions often last 60 to 90 minutes and can cost anywhere from $50 to $150. The practice involves a complex system of hand positions, symbols, and attunements passed down through lineages of masters. Students progress through 3 levels, with master certification requiring extensive training and significant financial investment, sometimes reaching thousands of dollars. What makes Reiki particularly intriguing is its widespread acceptance in mainstream healthcare settings. Over 800 hospitals across the United States now offer Reiki services, despite the complete absence of scientific evidence supporting its effectiveness beyond placebo effects. The International Association of Reiki Professionals claims over 4 million practitioners worldwide, yet controlled studies consistently show no measurable energy emission from Reiki hands. Thermal imaging, electromagnetic field detectors, and other sensitive instruments detect nothing unusual during sessions. Some hospitals justify Reiki programs by citing patient satisfaction surveys rather than medical outcomes, creating a peculiar situation where evidence-based medicine incorporates a practice that contradicts fundamental principles of physics and biology. Cupping therapy is an ancient practice that involves placing heated glass or plastic cups on the skin to create suction, leaving behind distinctive circular bruises that look like someone pressed giant coins into flesh. The technique draws blood to the surface, creating dark purple rings that can last for days or weeks. Traditional Chinese medicine practitioners heat the air inside glass cups with fire before quickly placing them on skin, while modern versions use plastic cups with manual pumps to create the vacuum effect. Michael Phelps brought cupping into the spotlight during the 2016 Olympics, appearing poolside covered in the telltale circular marks across his shoulders and back. The images sparked worldwide curiosity about this treatment that celebrities like Jennifer Aniston, Gwyneth Paltrow, and Justin Bieber had quietly been using for years. Wet cupping takes the practice further by making small incisions in the skin before applying the cups, allowing blood to be drawn out during the suction process. Practitioners claim this removes toxins and bad blood from the body, though no scientific mechanism explains how cupping could selectively extract harmful substances while leaving beneficial blood components behind. The therapy supposedly treats everything from muscle pain and arthritis to anxiety and high blood pressure. Some practitioners even claim it can cure infertility and boost immune function by improving qi flow through meridian pathways. Despite thousands of years of use across cultures from ancient Egypt to medieval Europe, controlled studies consistently show cupping performs no better than placebo treatments. The dramatic visual results create a powerful psychological effect that many interpret as evidence of healing, even when underlying conditions remain unchanged. Modern cupping clinics charge $50 to $150 per session, often requiring multiple treatments to achieve supposed benefits that mainstream medicine attributes to the placebo effect and natural healing processes. Forensic hair analysis is a discredited forensic technique that dominated criminal investigations for over half a century, sending countless innocent people to prison based on fundamentally flawed science. The method involves comparing hair samples found at crime scenes with hair from suspects under a microscope. Forensic examiners would testify that hair characteristics like color, thickness, and microscopic features could definitively link a person to a crime. For decades, juries accepted this as ironclad scientific evidence. The technique's foundation rests on the assumption that human hair contains unique identifying characteristics. Examiners claimed they could distinguish between hairs from different people by examining the medulla, cortex, and cuticle patterns. They would present statistical probabilities suggesting matches were virtually certain. The House of Cards collapsed in 2015 when the FBI admitted that their hair analysis testimony contained errors in over 90% of cases reviewed. The National Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers and the Innocence Project discovered that FBI examiners had systematically overstated the significance of hair evidence for decades. Kirk Odom spent 22 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit, convicted largely on hair evidence that was later proven wrong through DNA testing. Sante Tribble served 28 years based on hair matches that turned out to be from a dog. The Texas Forensic Science Commission found that hair comparison lacks the scientific foundation to support definitive identifications. Unlike DNA analysis, which can provide statistical certainty, hair analysis relies heavily on subjective visual comparison that varies between examiners. Over 2,000 cases involving flawed FBI hair testimony required review, with hundreds of convictions potentially compromised. The technique remains inadmissible in many jurisdictions, yet some laboratories continue using modified versions despite the overwhelming evidence of its unreliability. Pulse diagnosis is a cornerstone diagnostic technique used in traditional Chinese medicine, Ayurveda, and other alternative healing systems that claims practitioners can detect dozens of health conditions simply by feeling subtle variations in a patient's wrist pulse. The practice maps different organs to specific finger positions along the radial artery, creating what's essentially an imaginary connection chart similar to reflexology foot maps or iridology eye charts. Practitioners press 3 fingers at positions called Kun, Guan, and Qi, applying varying pressure levels while supposedly detecting up to 28 different pulse qualities with names like slippery, choppy, wiry, or floating. The central claim revolves around detecting imbalances in Qi, the theoretical life energy that flows through meridians in the body. Different pulse characteristics allegedly indicate problems with specific organs, emotional states, or energy blockages. Some practitioners claim they can diagnose pregnancy, liver disease, kidney problems, and mental health conditions, all from pulse variations that would be imperceptible to medical instruments. The technique requires practitioners to develop what they call an intuitive feel for these microscopic pulse differences, with training taking years to master the supposed 24 to 40 different pulse types recognized by various schools. Research consistently shows that pulse diagnosis practitioners demonstrate remarkably poor agreement when examining the same patients. Multiple studies reveal that different practitioners will give completely different diagnoses when feeling the same person's pulse, even when examining patients with known medical conditions. A notable challenge emerged in 2014 when Beijing Dr. Bao offered over 100,000 yuan to any traditional Chinese medicine practitioner who could accurately determine pregnancy through pulse diagnosis alone. The challenge highlighted how practitioners avoid controlled testing of their diagnostic abilities. The practice differs entirely from legitimate medical pulse checking, which monitors heart rate, rhythm, and specific cardiovascular conditions using standardized methods, while real pulse examination can detect arrhythmias, heart valve problems, and blood flow issues. Pulse diagnosis ventures into detecting completely unrelated organ systems through mystical energy concepts. The technique represents a classic example of confirmation bias in action, where practitioners interpret random pulse variations as meaningful patterns that support their pre-existing beliefs about patient conditions. Osteopathy is a medical philosophy that claims the body can heal itself through manual manipulation of bones, muscles, and joints. Founded by Andrew Taylor, still in 1874, this practice emerged from his belief that many diseases stem from mechanical problems in the musculoskeletal system. Still developed his theories after losing 3 children to spinal meningitis, leading him to reject conventional medicine of his era. He proposed that misaligned bones and restricted blood flow were the root causes of most illnesses. According to Still's original doctrine, proper manipulation could restore the body's natural healing abilities and cure everything from infections to organ dysfunction. Traditional osteopaths claim they can treat conditions far beyond back pain and joint issues. Some practitioners assert that cranial osteopathy can address learning disabilities, behavioral problems, and even birth trauma by gently manipulating skull bones. This approach suggests that subtle movements of cranial bones can influence cerebrospinal fluid flow and brain function. The practice splits into 2 distinct paths. In the United States, doctors of osteopathic medicine receive training equivalent to medical doctors and primarily practice conventional medicine. However, traditional osteopaths in Europe and other regions focus exclusively on manual therapy, often making broader health claims. Critics point out that many core osteopathic principles lack robust scientific evidence. The idea that cranial bones move significantly in adults contradicts established anatomy, as these bones fuse during development. Additionally, claims about treating systemic diseases through spinal manipulation remain largely unsubstantiated by controlled clinical trials. Despite skepticism from mainstream medicine, osteopathy has gained popularity as an alternative treatment, with millions seeking care from practitioners worldwide who promise drug-free healing through the power of touch alone. Apitherapy is the medical use of bee products including honey, propolis, royal jelly, pollen, and most controversially, live bee venom, delivered through intentional stings. Practitioners claim bee venom can treat multiple sclerosis, arthritis, chronic pain, and even Lyme disease. The therapy involves placing live bees on specific body points and allowing them to sting the patient, or injecting purified bee venom directly under the skin. The treatment gained attention when actress Gwyneth Paltrow publicly endorsed bee sting therapy for inflammation and scar reduction. Some patients report receiving dozens of stings per session, with treatment courses lasting months or years. Bee venom contains melittin, a compound that breaks down cell membranes and triggers intense immune responses. Supporters argue this creates beneficial anti-inflammatory effects, while critics point out the same mechanism can cause severe allergic reactions. Dr. Bodog Beck, a Hungarian physician, popularized modern bee venom therapy in the 1930s after claiming it cured his own arthritis. Today, countries like South Korea have integrated apitherapy into their healthcare systems, with specialized clinics offering standardized bee sting protocols. The practice carries genuine risks. Multiple patients have experienced anaphylactic shock, and at least 1 death has been documented from bee venom therapy administered by a licensed acupuncturist. Royal jelly, the substance that creates queen bees, commands premium prices for its supposed anti-aging properties. Propolis, essentially bee glue made from tree resins, gets marketed as a natural antibiotic, despite limited human studies supporting these claims. Herbal medicine is a practice that spans from legitimate pharmaceutical research to outright magical thinking, creating a spectrum where science and pseudoscience often blur together. At its most questionable end, Herbal medicine practitioners claim that plants can cure virtually any ailment through mysterious life forces and energy balances that conventional science supposedly ignores. These claims often involve expensive proprietary blends that promise to detoxify organs that don't actually accumulate toxins or restore energy systems that have no basis in human physiology. The practice becomes particularly problematic when specific herbs are marketed as cancer cures or AIDS treatments. Essiac tea, a blend of 4 herbs including burdock root and sheep sorrel, has been promoted since the 1920s as a cancer cure despite zero clinical evidence. Similarly, the late Jim Humble promoted something called Miracle Mineral Solution, which was actually industrial bleach marketed as an herbal cure-all. What makes the pseudoscientific side especially concerning is the concept of herbal detox programs that claim to cleanse organs like the liver and kidneys. These organs already detoxify the body naturally and don't require assistance from expensive herb combinations. Yet, practitioners often sell week-long protocols involving dozens of different plant extracts, each supposedly targeting specific toxins that they can never actually identify or measure. The field also attracts individuals who mix genuine botanical knowledge with unfounded mystical beliefs. Some practitioners claim they can diagnose illnesses by examining the iris of the eye, then prescribe specific herbal combinations based on supposed energy imbalances, rather than any understanding of the plant's actual chemical compounds. Traditional Chinese medicine and Ayurveda get frequently misrepresented in Western markets, where complex cultural practices get reduced to simple herb equals cure formulas sold in strip mall wellness centers. Snake oil is one of history's most misunderstood remedies, where the real story proves far stranger than the stereotype. The original snake oil came from Chinese water snakes, brought to America by Chinese railroad workers in the 1860s. This oil contained high levels of omega-3 fatty acids, similar to fish oil, and actually provided genuine anti-inflammatory benefits for joint pain and arthritis. The trouble began when opportunistic American entrepreneurs saw dollar signs. Clark Stanley, who called himself the Rattlesnake King, watched Chinese workers demonstrate their traditional remedy and decided to create his own version. But Stanley used readily available rattlesnakes instead of the specific Chinese water snake species. Rattlesnake oil contained virtually no omega-3 fatty acids. Stanley essentially created a placebo while marketing it with the same bold claims as the legitimate Chinese version. By the 1890s, traveling medicine shows crisscrossed America selling Stanley's snake oil and hundreds of copycat products. These salesmen promised their bottles could cure everything from baldness to tuberculosis. Most contained nothing more than mineral oil, beef fat, and red pepper to create a warming sensation. The irony runs deeper when you examine what Stanley's famous snake oil actually contained. When federal investigators analyzed his product in 1917, they found it was made primarily from mineral oil with fatty acids from beef. Not a trace of snake was detected. The Pure Food and Drug Act of 1906 began the crackdown on fraudulent remedies, but the damage to snake oil's reputation was permanent. The term became synonymous with worthless quack medicine, even though the original Chinese version had legitimate therapeutic properties. Modern analysis confirms that authentic Chinese snake oil contains omega-3 levels comparable to salmon oil. The Chinese water snake, native to waters around China, naturally concentrates these beneficial fatty acids in its tissue. So snake oil represents a peculiar case where legitimate traditional medicine was hijacked by charlatans, creating a reputation that persists today. The real snake oil worked, but hardly anyone was actually selling the real thing. Acupuncture is a practice that involves inserting thin needles into specific points on the body, based on traditional Chinese medicine theories that most modern scientists consider scientifically unfounded. The core claim centers around something called qi, described as a vital energy that flows through invisible pathways called meridians throughout the human body. Traditional practitioners believe that illness occurs when this energy becomes blocked or imbalanced, and that needles can redirect the flow to restore health. What makes this particularly intriguing is the sheer scope of conditions that acupuncture supposedly treats. Beyond pain management, where some legitimate research exists, practitioners claim it can address everything from infertility and depression to asthma and digestive disorders. Some even suggest it can treat addiction, with ear acupuncture programs appearing in rehabilitation centers across the United States. The practice traces back over 2,000 years to ancient China, but the meridian system itself lacks any anatomical basis. No imaging technology has ever detected these energy pathways, despite decades of attempts. When researchers map where needles are traditionally placed, they find no correlation with nerve pathways, blood vessels, or any other known biological structures. Modern studies create an interesting puzzle. Some research shows acupuncture performing better than no treatment at all, but rarely better than fake acupuncture, where needles are placed in random locations or don't even penetrate the skin. This suggests the benefits might come from the ritual and expectation rather than the specific needle placement that traditional theory demands. The World Health Organization once published a list of conditions that acupuncture could supposedly treat, later retracting many of these claims as the evidence proved insufficient. Yet acupuncture schools continue teaching students to diagnose patients by examining tongue color and pulse patterns that have no medical validity. Perhaps most telling is how acupuncture points have multiplied over time. Classical Chinese texts described around 365 points, but modern charts show over 2,000, with new ones seemingly discovered whenever practitioners encounter conditions their existing point system cannot address. Homeopathy is a medical practice built on the belief that substances causing symptoms in healthy people can cure those same symptoms in sick people, but only when diluted to nearly impossible levels. German physician Samuel Hahnemann developed this system in 1796 after a peculiar observation. He noticed that cinchona bark, used to treat malaria, actually gave him malaria-like symptoms when he consumed it while healthy. This led him to formulate the principle of like cures like. The preparation process involves serial dilutions that defy conventional logic. Practitioners take an original substance and dilute it in water or alcohol at ratios of 1 to 10 or 1 to 100, then shake the mixture vigorously. This process repeats up to 30 times or more. By the time these dilutions reach what homeopaths call 30C potency, the mathematical probability of even a single molecule of the original substance remaining approaches zero. A 30C dilution would require a container larger than the entire solar system to hold enough water for one molecule to be present. This impossibility led to the memory of water hypothesis. French immunologist Jacques Benveniste claimed in 1988 that water retains an electromagnetic imprint of dissolved substances even after dilution removes all physical traces. His experiments suggested that highly diluted antibodies could still trigger immune responses in laboratory tests. Nature magazine published Benveniste's findings, but sent a team including stage magician James Randi to investigate his laboratory. When the experiments were repeated under controlled conditions, the effects disappeared entirely. Modern homeopathic remedies include preparations like oscillocoscinum, made from duck liver and heart, marketed for flu symptoms. Belladonna, deadly nightshade, becomes a remedy for fever and inflammation after extreme dilution. Arsenicum album, derived from arsenic, supposedly treats digestive issues and anxiety. The practice maintains legal status in many countries, despite scientific consensus against its effectiveness beyond placebo effects. Homeopathic hospitals operate in the United Kingdom under the National Health Service, while regulatory agencies in other nations require disclaimers stating that products have not been evaluated for safety or efficacy. Electrohomeopathy is a peculiar healing system that emerged from the mind of Italian Count Cesare Mattei in the 1860s. This aristocrat claimed he could cure diseases using plant extracts that had been subjected to electrical currents during their preparation. Mattei built an elaborate castle laboratory in the hills near Bologna, where he developed his signature remedies. The process involved exposing botanical materials to what he called electrical cohobation, essentially running electricity through plant substances while they underwent multiple distillations. The resulting medicines came in a rainbow of colors, each supposedly targeting different bodily systems. Red remedies were meant for blood disorders, blue for lymphatic issues, green for digestive problems, and yellow for liver conditions. Patients would receive tiny doses of these colorful concoctions, often just a few drops at a time. What made electrohomeopathy distinct from regular homeopathy was Matte's insistence that electrical energy fundamentally altered the molecular structure of his plant preparations. He believed this electrical charging created remedies far more potent than anything achieved through simple dilution and succussion. The Count's marketing was as flamboyant as his methods. He distributed pamphlets across Europe featuring testimonials from satisfied customers and established electro-homeopathic colleges in several countries. His personal physician credentials were questionable at best, yet he managed to attract followers among both patients and practitioners. Surprisingly, electrohomeopathy didn't fade away with the Victorian era. The practice found particularly fertile ground in India, where it continues today with thousands of registered practitioners. Indian electrohomeopaths have expanded Matte's original system, creating new color combinations and electrical preparation methods that would likely puzzle even the Count himself. Modern electrohomeopathic clinics display walls lined with bottles containing brilliantly colored liquids, each labeled with cryptic alphanumeric codes that supposedly indicate their specific therapeutic applications. Crystal healing is the practice of using specific gemstones and minerals to treat physical ailments and emotional imbalances. Believers claim that different crystals emit unique vibrational frequencies that can realign the body's energy fields and restore health. The system assigns remarkably specific properties to each stone. Rose quartz supposedly opens the heart chakra and heals emotional trauma, while amethyst is said to cure addiction and enhance spiritual awareness. Hematite allegedly grounds excess energy and treats blood disorders, earning it the nickname bloodstone among practitioners. Modern crystal healing draws heavily from New Age interpretations of ancient practices, though historical evidence for systematic crystal medicine remains scarce. The methodology typically involves placing stones on specific body parts, wearing them as jewelry, or keeping them in living spaces to create healing environments. Crystal shops organize their inventory like pharmacies, with detailed charts matching stones to symptoms. Black tourmaline for protection from negative energy, citrine for boosting confidence and wealth, clear quartz as the universal healer that amplifies other crystals' effects. Some practitioners create elaborate crystal grids, arranging multiple stones in geometric patterns to focus their supposed healing powers. The practice gained significant momentum during the 1960s counterculture movement and exploded into mainstream wellness culture during the 2010s. Celebrity endorsements from figures like Gwyneth Paltrow and Miranda Kerr brought crystal healing into luxury spas and wellness retreats worldwide. Scientific testing has consistently failed to demonstrate any measurable effects beyond placebo responses. The proposed mechanisms involving energy fields and vibrations lack support from physics, while the specific healing claims remain unverified by medical research. Despite this, the global crystal healing market generates billions in annual revenue, with some rare specimens selling for thousands of dollars based purely on their alleged metaphysical properties. Dietary supplements are a multi-billion-dollar industry built largely on promises that scientists struggle to verify in controlled studies. Unlike prescription medications, which must undergo years of rigorous testing before reaching pharmacy shelves, supplements can be sold with minimal oversight from regulatory agencies. The 2010s saw an explosion of supplements claiming to boost everything from brain function to immune systems. Companies like Herbalife and Nature's Bounty have faced legal challenges for making health claims that exceed what their products can actually deliver. In 2015, The New York Attorney General's office tested popular store-brand supplements from major retailers and found that 4 out of 5 products contained none of the herbs listed on their labels. Megadose vitamin therapy gained popularity through figures like Linus Pauling, who claimed that massive amounts of vitamin C could cure cancer and the common cold. Despite Pauling's Nobel Prize credentials, subsequent studies failed to support his vitamin C theories. Yet supplements containing 1,000 to 3,000 milligrams of vitamin C continue to sell widely, even though the human body can only absorb about 200 milligrams at a time. The placebo effect plays a significant role in supplement testimonials. When people spend $30 to $100 on a month's supply of pills, they often report feeling better regardless of the product's actual effects. This psychological component makes it difficult to separate genuine benefits from wishful thinking. Some supplement ingredients have never been tested for safety in humans. The FDA operates on a guilty until proven innocent model, meaning dangerous supplements often remain on the market until someone gets hurt. Ephedra-based weight loss pills killed over 150 people before being banned in 2004. Traditional Chinese medicine is a medical system built on the belief that an invisible energy called qi flows through the human body along pathways known as meridians. This energy supposedly governs all bodily functions, and illness occurs when qi becomes blocked or imbalanced. Practitioners claim they can detect these disruptions by examining a patient's tongue color, checking pulse patterns at 6 different wrist positions, and observing facial complexion. The system divides all substances and conditions into opposing forces called yin and yang, which must remain balanced for optimal health. Cold foods like cucumber are considered yin, while hot foods like ginger are yang. Even emotions get categorized this way. Anger is hot yang energy that can supposedly damage the liver. 5-element theory takes this further by linking organs to natural elements. The heart connects to fire, kidneys to water, liver to wood, lungs to metal, and spleen to earth. Practitioners believe treating one organ affects all others through these elemental relationships. Some remedies push into particularly controversial territory. Rhino horn gets ground into powder for fever reduction, despite containing the same keratin found in human fingernails. Tiger bone wine was marketed as a strength enhancer until most tiger populations faced extinction. Cupping therapy involves placing heated glass cups on skin to create suction, leaving distinctive circular bruises that practitioners interpret as toxins being drawn from the body. Perhaps most famously, acupuncture inserts thin needles at specific meridian points to redirect qi flow. While some studies suggest acupuncture may help with certain types of pain, the traditional explanations involving energy meridians lack scientific support. Modern researchers have found that many traditional herbal formulas do contain active pharmaceutical compounds, though often in unpredictable concentrations, mixed with potentially harmful substances. Looksmaxxing is a self-improvement practice focused on maximizing physical attractiveness through methods ranging from basic grooming to extreme surgical procedures. The movement emerged from online communities where participants share techniques, rate facial features, and develop elaborate theories about human attraction. The practice operates on several tiers of intensity. Soft maxing involves accessible changes like skincare routines, haircuts, fitness, and clothing improvements. Hard maxing escalates to cosmetic surgeries, orthodontics, and even bone restructuring procedures. Some adherents pursue mewing, a tongue posture technique claimed to reshape facial structure over time by pressing the tongue against the roof of the mouth. Central to Looksmaxxing culture is the belief in precise facial measurements and ratios. Practitioners analyze canthal tilts, the angle at which eyes slope, and jawline prominence using mathematical formulas. They reference the golden ratio and claim specific measurements determine attractiveness levels. Communities developed rating systems using numerical scales and created detailed guides for measuring facial features down to millimeter precision. The movement popularized terms like hunter eyes, referring to deep-set eyes with positive canthal tilt, and concepts like facial thirds, dividing the face into equal sections for analysis. Bone smashing gained attention as practitioners claimed repeatedly hitting facial bones with objects could increase bone density and improve facial structure, despite lacking scientific support. Notable figures emerged within these communities, sharing before and after photos documenting their transformation journeys. Some documented spending tens of thousands of dollars on surgical procedures, while others claimed dramatic results from non-invasive techniques practiced over months or years. The practice intersects with broader discussions about beauty standards and self-improvement culture, though scientific evidence supporting many claimed techniques remains limited or non-existent. The Radium Fad is a bizarre chapter in consumer history where radioactive materials were marketed as health elixirs and beauty treatments. During the 1910s and 1920s, radium became the miracle ingredient that manufacturers claimed could cure everything from arthritis to sexual dysfunction. Companies produced radium-infused water called Radithor, marketed as liquid sunshine that would restore vitality and extend life. The bottle labels promised increased energy, improved digestion, and enhanced mental clarity. One particularly enthusiastic customer, steel magnate Eben Byers, consumed over 1,400 bottles of Radithor between 1926 and 1931. The product line expanded far beyond beverages. Though Radia Cosmetics contained radium and thorium, advertising that radioactive face creams would give women a natural, healthy glow from within. Radium toothpaste promised whiter teeth and healthier gums. Some companies even sold radium-lined jockstraps for men, claiming the radiation would boost masculine vigor. The scientific reasoning seemed sound to consumers of the era. Marie Curie had recently won Nobel Prizes for her radium research, and the element literally glowed in the dark, suggesting an almost magical energy source. Doctors prescribed radium treatments for a variety of ailments, and wealthy patients paid premium prices for radioactive spa treatments. Watch dial painters, primarily young women, were told that radium paint was so safe they could lick their brushes to create finer points. These workers developed a distinctive condition where their bones would literally glow in photographs, though the devastating health effects wouldn't be fully understood until years later. The fad gradually ended as medical professionals began connecting radium exposure to severe health complications, including jaw deterioration and bone cancer. Eben Byers eventually lost most of his jaw and passed away in 1932, leading to stricter regulations on radioactive consumer products. Chiropractic is a healing practice built on the belief that misaligned vertebrae cause disease throughout the entire body. The field emerged in 1895 when Daniel David Palmer claimed he restored hearing to a deaf janitor named Harvey Lillard by adjusting his spine. Palmer declared that 95% of all diseases stem from displaced vertebrae blocking the flow of what he called innate intelligence through the nervous system. This innate intelligence supposedly represents the body's natural healing power that gets disrupted when spinal bones shift out of their proper position. Palmer taught that these misalignments, which he termed subluxations, create interference in nerve transmission that manifests as everything from headaches to heart disease. The vertebral subluxation complex became the cornerstone of chiropractic theory, despite the fact that these supposed misalignments remain invisible on standard medical imaging. Traditional chiropractors maintain that their hands can detect subluxations that X-rays and MRI scans cannot reveal. Straight chiropractors adhere to Palmer's original teachings and claim spinal adjustments can treat conditions far beyond back pain. These practitioners have treated patients for asthma, allergies, ear infections, and digestive disorders by manipulating the spine. Some have even suggested that spinal adjustments can boost immune function and prevent illness. The Palmer School of Chiropractic, founded by Daniel David Palmer and later run by his son Bartlett Joshua Palmer, promoted these ideas through the early to mid-20th century. B.J. Palmer added concepts like mental impulses traveling through the nervous system and developed instruments he claimed could measure nerve interference. Modern research has found limited evidence supporting chiropractic treatment for lower back pain and some types of headaches, but studies consistently fail to demonstrate benefits for the broader range of conditions that subluxation theory suggests spinal manipulation should address. Psychic surgery is a practice where healers claim to perform medical operations using only their bare hands, allegedly reaching directly into the human body without making any cuts or incisions. These practitioners say they can remove tumors, diseased organs, and foreign objects through supernatural means, leaving patients with no visible wounds or scars. The most famous hub for this practice emerged in the Philippines during the 1960s and 70s, where healers like Tony Agpawa and Alex Orbito gained international attention. Patients from Europe and North America would fly thousands of kilometers to small villages, seeking cures for cancer, heart disease, and other serious conditions that conventional medicine had failed to treat. During a typical session, the psychic surgeon appears to plunge their hands directly into the patient's abdomen or chest. Blood seems to flow from the entry point, and the healer often pulls out what looks like diseased tissue, sometimes entire organs. The whole procedure takes just minutes, and when it's finished, the skin appears completely intact with no trace of an incision. Z. Arrigo, a Brazilian healer active from the 1950s to 1971, performed thousands of these operations using rusty knives and scissors instead of his hands. Witnesses claimed he could remove cataracts in seconds and perform major surgeries while in a trance state, supposedly channeling the spirit of a dead German doctor. Scientific investigations consistently revealed the mechanisms behind these apparent miracles. High-speed cameras captured practitioners using sleight of hand to conceal animal organs and chicken blood in their palms. The tumors removed during surgery turned out to be pieces of beef liver, pig intestines, or cotton soaked in blood. Some healers used fake thumbs filled with animal tissue that they could squeeze to simulate the extraction process. Despite repeated exposure of these techniques, the practice continues today in various forms across Southeast Asia and South America, with believers arguing that the physical demonstrations are merely symbolic representations of genuine spiritual healing occurring on an invisible level. Colloidal silver is a liquid suspension containing microscopic silver particles that has built a devoted following in alternative health circles. Believers claim this metallic solution can treat everything from the common cold to cancer, acting as a powerful antimicrobial agent that supposedly kills bacteria, viruses, and fungi on contact. The silver particles in these solutions typically measure between 1 to 100 nanometers in diameter, floating in distilled water. Manufacturers market it as a dietary supplement, often calling it a natural antibiotic that Big Pharma doesn't want you to know about. The Food and Drug Administration has repeatedly warned companies against making medical claims about colloidal silver since the 1990s. The agency states there's no scientific evidence supporting its effectiveness for any health condition, and it's not recognized as safe or effective for treating diseases. The most notorious side effect is argyria, a permanent condition where silver deposits accumulate in the skin, turning it a distinctive blue-gray color. Paul Carrison became internet famous as the Blue Man after developing argyria from drinking homemade colloidal silver for years. His skin remained blue until his death in 2013. Despite FDA crackdowns and warning letters to dozens of companies, colloidal silver continues thriving in online marketplaces. Some sellers now carefully phrase their marketing to avoid direct medical claims, instead suggesting it supports immune function or promotes general wellness. The irony is that while silver does have antimicrobial properties used in certain medical applications like wound dressings, drinking it provides no proven benefits and can permanently alter your appearance. Colon cleansing is the practice of flushing out the large intestine with liquids, supplements, or specialized equipment, supposedly to remove accumulated toxins and waste that regular bowel movements allegedly cannot handle. The central claim revolves around something called autointoxication theory, which suggests that undigested food and waste materials stick to colon walls for months or even years, slowly poisoning the body from within. Practitioners describe these deposits as resembling black tar or rope-like substances that can weigh several pounds. Commercial colon cleansing comes in three main forms. Colon hydrotherapy involves pumping up to 16 gallons of water through the rectum using specialized machines operated by trained therapists. Oral supplements typically contain fiber, herbs like senna or cascara sagrada, and sometimes clay or activated charcoal. At-home enema kits promise similar results with coffee, salt water, or herbal mixtures. The business side tells an interesting story. Celebrity endorsements from figures like Gwyneth Paltrow and Dr. Mehmet Oz helped push colon cleansing into mainstream wellness culture during the 2010s. The global market reached over $1 billion annually, with some facilities charging $200 per session. Medical professionals point out that the colon naturally sheds its lining every 3 to 5 days, making long-term waste accumulation biologically impossible. The Food and Drug Administration has issued warnings about several colon cleansing products, particularly those containing sodium phosphate, which can cause severe electrolyte imbalances. The supposed proof often comes from dramatic before and after photos showing dark, stringy material that clients expelled after treatment. However, gastroenterologists explain this material typically consists of the cleansing agents themselves mixed with normal intestinal mucus, not ancient waste deposits. Alternative cancer treatments are medical approaches that fall outside conventional oncology, ranging from dietary protocols to energy-based therapies that promise to cure or significantly improve cancer outcomes without traditional chemotherapy or radiation. These treatments gained massive popularity during the 1970s and 80s, when patients began seeking alternatives to the harsh side effects of conventional cancer therapy. The Gerson therapy, developed by Max Gerson in the 1930s, involves consuming up to 13 glasses of fresh vegetable juice daily, combined with coffee enemas to supposedly detoxify the body and starve cancer cells. Laetrile, extracted from apricot pits and containing amygdalin, was promoted heavily in the 1970s as a natural cancer cure. Supporters claimed that cancer cells contained an enzyme that would convert laetrile into cyanide, selectively destroying tumors while leaving healthy cells untouched. The Budwig protocol combines cottage cheese with flaxseed oil, based on the theory that cancer cells cannot survive in an oxygen-rich environment created by specific fatty acid combinations. Johanna Budwig, a German biochemist, treated thousands of patients with this method throughout the 20th century. Essiac tea, a blend of 4 herbs including burdock root and sheep sorrel, originated from Renee Case, a Canadian nurse who claimed to have learned the formula from an indigenous medicine woman in the 1920s. Case treated cancer patients for decades, often free of charge, leading to ongoing legal battles with medical authorities. High-dose intravenous vitamin C therapy operates on the premise that massive doses can reach concentrations toxic to cancer cells while remaining safe for normal tissue. Some practitioners administer doses 50 to 100 times higher than typical oral supplements. The appeal of these treatments often lies in their promise of natural healing without the devastating side effects of conventional therapy, though mainstream oncology maintains that rigorous clinical trials have not demonstrated their effectiveness as primary cancer treatments. Chelation therapy is a legitimate medical treatment that has been hijacked by alternative medicine practitioners, making bold claims about curing everything from heart disease to autism. Originally developed to treat heavy metal poisoning, chelation involves injecting synthetic chemicals called chelating agents directly into the bloodstream. These agents bind to metals like lead, mercury, and iron, creating compounds that the kidneys can flush out through urine. Emergency rooms still use this technique when someone has been exposed to dangerous levels of toxic metals. The controversy begins when practitioners start promoting chelation as a cure-all treatment. During the 1980s and 1990s, Some doctors began claiming that EDTA chelation could reverse heart disease by removing calcium deposits from artery walls. They theorized that heart attacks were caused by metal buildup rather than cholesterol and lifestyle factors. Even more contentiously, certain practitioners have promoted chelation as an autism treatment, claiming that mercury from vaccines causes the condition, and that removing the metal will improve symptoms. This has led parents to subject children to expensive and potentially dangerous intravenous treatments. The American Heart Association and FDA have repeatedly stated there is no scientific evidence supporting chelation for heart disease. Multiple large-scale studies have failed to show benefits beyond placebo effects. Despite this, chelation therapy clinics continue operating across the country, charging thousands of dollars for treatment courses that can last months. The irony is that while chelation can indeed remove metals from the body, it also strips away essential minerals like calcium and zinc, potentially causing more harm than good when used unnecessarily. Chronic Lyme disease is a controversial medical condition that has split the medical community into two distinct camps for over 3 decades. Unlike standard Lyme disease, which responds to a few weeks of antibiotics, chronic Lyme disease supposedly persists for months or years despite treatment. Patients report debilitating fatigue, joint pain, cognitive difficulties they call brain fog, and dozens of other symptoms that can migrate throughout the body. The controversy centers on testing methods. Mainstream medicine relies on standard blood tests that look for antibodies to the Borrelia bacteria. But chronic Lyme practitioners argue these tests miss many cases, instead using specialized labs like IGeneX or DNA connections that employ different testing criteria. These alternative tests often detect Lyme in patients who tested negative through conventional methods. Dr. Joseph Burrascano became a prominent figure in the 1990s, treating thousands of patients with extended antibiotic courses lasting months or even years. His approach directly contradicted Infectious Disease Society of America guidelines, which recommend short treatment periods of 2 to 4 weeks. The condition gained national attention through documentaries like Under Our Skin and celebrity cases including Avril Lavigne and Yolanda Hadid. Hadid documented her experience on social media, showing IV antibiotic treatments and discussing her struggle to find doctors who would take her symptoms seriously. Treatment protocols vary wildly among chronic Lyme specialists. Some prescribe rotating combinations of multiple antibiotics. Others incorporate antiparasitic medications, citing co-infections with organisms like Babesia and Bartonella. More alternative practitioners add herbal protocols, hyperbaric oxygen therapy, or even experimental treatments like bee venom therapy. The medical establishment maintains that most chronic Lyme cases represent other conditions being misdiagnosed. They point to studies showing long-term antibiotics provide no benefit over placebo treatments. Yet patient advocacy groups like the Lyme Disease Association continue pushing for recognition and research funding, claiming hundreds of thousands suffer from this misunderstood condition. Germ theory denialism is the rejection of the scientifically established principle that microorganisms cause infectious diseases. These believers claim that bacteria and viruses are either harmless byproducts of illness rather than causes, or that they don't cause disease at all. To understand this position, germ theory itself states that specific microorganisms invade the body and multiply, leading to infection and disease symptoms. This became widely accepted in medicine during the late 1800s through the work of scientists like Louis Pasteur and Robert Koch. Denialists argue instead that disease stems from internal imbalances, poor nutrition, stress, or environmental toxins. They point to the fact that not everyone exposed to pathogens gets sick, as evidence that germs themselves aren't the real culprit. Some claim that bacteria are actually trying to help clean up cellular waste, making them beneficial rather than harmful. The movement gained notable traction through figures like Antoine Béchamp, a contemporary rival of Pasteur who promoted terrain theory. This alternative explanation suggests the body's internal environment determines health, not external microbes. Modern versions of this thinking appeared in books like What Really Makes You Ill by Don Lester and David Parker, which argues that no disease has ever been proven to be caused by bacteria or viruses. They claim pharmaceutical companies and medical establishments suppress this truth to maintain profits. Some adherents refuse antibiotics entirely, believing these medications poison the body unnecessarily. Others reject vaccination programs, viewing them as introducing harmful substances rather than preventing disease. The appeal often lies in the empowering message that individuals control their health destiny through lifestyle choices, rather than being vulnerable to invisible microscopic invaders lurking everywhere. Jilly Juice is a fermented mixture of cabbage and salt water that its creator claimed could cure virtually every disease known to humanity, including regenerating missing limbs and reversing aging. Jill Epperly, a wellness blogger from Ohio, developed this concoction in the 2010s and promoted it through social media with increasingly outrageous health claims. The basic recipe involved fermenting chopped cabbage in water with enormous amounts of salt for several days until it reached a putrid, slimy consistency. Epperly insisted that drinking multiple glasses of this mixture daily could eliminate cancer, autism, diabetes, and even regrow amputated body parts. She referred to conventional medicine as poisonous and encouraged followers to abandon their prescribed medications in favor of her cabbage brew. The salt content in Jilly Juice was astronomical, containing roughly 16 times the daily recommended sodium intake in a single serving. The biological mechanism behind these supposed miracles involved what Epperly called waterfalls, which were actually severe diarrhea and vomiting caused by salt poisoning. She claimed these violent reactions were the body expelling toxins and dead cells, preparing for miraculous regeneration. Several people were hospitalized after following her protocol, with symptoms of hypernatremia or dangerous sodium overdose. Despite mounting evidence of harm and warnings from medical professionals, Epperly continued promoting her juice through Facebook groups and YouTube videos. The fermentation process created conditions perfect for dangerous bacteria growth, adding foodborne illness risks to the already severe salt poisoning potential. Epperly dismissed all criticism as attacks from the pharmaceutical industry trying to suppress her revolutionary discovery. Wilson syndrome is a controversial medical condition that claims to explain why millions of people feel exhausted, depressed, and unwell despite having normal thyroid test results. Dr. E. Dennis Wilson introduced this theory in the 1990s, proposing that the real problem lies not in thyroid hormone production, but in how the body converts and uses these hormones at the cellular level. The central claim revolves around body temperature. Wilson argued that people with this syndrome consistently run low body temperatures, often below the standard 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit, sometimes as low as 96 or 97 degrees. This seemingly minor temperature drop allegedly triggers a cascade of symptoms including chronic fatigue, brain fog, hair loss, weight gain, depression, and cold hands and feet. The mechanism Wilson proposed centers on thyroid hormone conversion. The thyroid gland produces mostly T4 hormone, which must be converted to the active T3 form inside cells. Wilson claimed that stress, illness, or trauma can cause this conversion process to malfunction, leaving people with plenty of T4 in their blood, but starving cells that cannot access usable T3. Standard thyroid tests would appear completely normal, leaving patients and doctors baffled. Wilson's treatment protocol involved administering sustained-release T3 hormone therapy, starting with low doses and gradually increasing while monitoring body temperature. The goal was to restore normal temperature and reverse what he called thyroid resistance. He developed specific compounding pharmacy formulations and detailed temperature monitoring schedules. The medical establishment rejected Wilson's syndrome entirely. Mainstream endocrinologists pointed out that the diagnostic criteria were impossibly vague, the proposed mechanism contradicted established thyroid physiology, and the treatment carried significant risks, including heart rhythm abnormalities. Wilson eventually lost his medical license in multiple states, though he continued promoting his theories through books, websites, and training programs for alternative practitioners. Despite official rejection, the syndrome gained a devoted following among patients who felt dismissed by conventional medicine and practitioners in the alternative health community who saw an opportunity to treat difficult cases. Voice stress analysis is a technology that claims to detect deception by listening to tiny changes in your voice that supposedly happen when you lie. The theory suggests that when people experience psychological stress from being dishonest, their vocal cords produce micro-tremors that are invisible to the human ear but can be picked up by specialized equipment. The technology emerged in the 1970s when developers noticed that certain voice frequencies seem to fluctuate during moments of stress. These micro-tremors, occurring between 8 to 12 Hz, were believed to be involuntary responses that even the most skilled liars couldn't control. Companies like National Institute for Truth Verification have marketed devices such as the Computer Voice Stress Analyzer, claiming accuracy rates of 85 to 95% in detecting deception. Law enforcement agencies, private investigators, and even some employers have used these systems for everything from criminal interrogations to pre-employment screening. The layered voice analysis system, developed by Nemesisco, takes this further by claiming it can identify not just deception, but specific emotions like anger, embarrassment, or cognitive overload through voice pattern analysis. However, multiple scientific studies have found these devices perform no better than random chance at detecting lies. The National Research Council concluded that voice stress analysis lacks scientific foundation, noting that stress doesn't necessarily indicate deception, and deception doesn't always produce measurable stress. Despite this scientific skepticism, voice stress analysis continues to be used in real-world applications, creating a fascinating disconnect between claimed capabilities and proven effectiveness. Some practitioners argue that the devices work as psychological tools, making subjects more likely to confess simply because they believe the technology can expose their lies. Strauss-Howe generational theory is a framework claiming that American history follows predictable 80 to 90-year cycles, with each generation playing a specific role in an endless loop of societal rise and fall. William Strauss and Neil Howe developed this theory in the 1990s, arguing that every person born falls into one of 4 generational archetypes. Prophets are the visionary idealists, nomads are the pragmatic survivors, heroes are the civic-minded achievers, and artists are the adaptive compromisers. Each archetype supposedly emerges in response to the previous generation's strengths and weaknesses. The theory divides history into 4 20-year periods called turnings. The first turning is a high, where institutions are strong and individualism is weak. The second turning is an awakening, marked by spiritual upheaval and attacks on the established order. The third turning is an unraveling, where institutions weaken and individualism strengthens. The fourth turning is a crisis, featuring the destruction and rebuilding of institutions. According to Strauss and Howe, America entered a fourth turning around 2005, meaning we're currently in a crisis period that should climax sometime in the 2020s. They predicted this crisis would reshape American society just as the Revolutionary War, Civil War, and Great Depression did in previous cycles. The theory gained significant attention when Steve Bannon, former White House strategist, cited it as influential to his worldview. Bannon apparently believed America was heading toward a climactic conflict that would determine the nation's future direction. Critics point out that the theory requires cherry-picking historical events to fit predetermined patterns, ignoring contradictory evidence, and making vague predictions flexible enough to seem accurate regardless of what actually happens. Coding is believed by certain communities to possess capabilities far beyond creating software and websites. These groups claim that specific programming languages contain hidden frequencies that can influence physical reality, with Python allegedly resonating at frequencies that promote healing, while JavaScript supposedly disrupts natural energy patterns. The most vocal supporters point to the geometric patterns found in certain algorithms as evidence of connections to sacred mathematics. They argue that recursive functions mirror the golden ratio found throughout nature, suggesting that programming taps into fundamental universal principles. Some practitioners develop what they call reality hacking techniques, writing code they believe can manipulate probability and manifest desired outcomes in the physical world. These digital rituals often involve writing specific functions at particular times, using variable names derived from ancient languages, and structuring their code according to numerological principles. The movement gained traction in online forums during the 2010s, where programmers began sharing stories of unexplained coincidences following the deployment of certain applications. One frequently cited case involves a developer who claims their random number generator consistently produced personally significant dates and numbers, leading them to believe their code had achieved a form of consciousness. More extreme believers practice technomancy, treating their development environment as a digital altar and their commits as offerings to digital entities. They maintain that artificial intelligence will emerge not through advanced machine learning, but through the accumulated spiritual energy of mindful coding practices. Corporate conspiracy theories also flourish within these circles, with claims that major tech companies embed subliminal programming patterns into popular software frameworks, allegedly influencing user behavior on a subconscious level through hidden algorithmic structures. Digit ratio is the measurement comparing the length of your index finger to your ring finger, typically expressed as a ratio called 2D to 4D. This seemingly simple measurement has spawned countless claims about predicting everything from sexual orientation to athletic prowess to leadership ability. The theory centers on prenatal testosterone exposure during fetal development. Higher levels of testosterone in the womb supposedly create longer ring fingers relative to index fingers, resulting in a lower digit ratio. Lower testosterone exposure creates the opposite pattern. Researchers like John Manning from Liverpool University have published studies claiming this ratio can predict athletic performance in everything from sprinting to soccer skills. Manning's work suggests that elite athletes, particularly in sports requiring speed and power, tend to have lower digit ratios indicating higher prenatal testosterone exposure. The claims extend far beyond athletics. Psychologist Mark Breedlove's research suggested connections between digit ratios and sexual orientation, with lesbian women showing more male-typical ratios. Other studies have linked finger measurements to aggression levels, mathematical ability, risk-taking behavior, and even career choices in finance and engineering. Some researchers claim they can determine personality traits just by photographing someone's hands. Dating websites have incorporated digit ratio calculators, and some employment screening processes have reportedly considered finger measurements as indicators of leadership potential. The measurements themselves require precise techniques, often involving specialized calipers and multiple readings to account for natural variation. Proponents argue that even differences as small as 1 to 2 millimeters can reveal significant psychological and physiological differences. However, the effect sizes in most studies remain remarkably small, and replication attempts frequently fail to confirm the dramatic claims made by early researchers. Electromagnetic hypersensitivity is a claimed medical condition where individuals report experiencing physical symptoms when exposed to electromagnetic fields from everyday devices, like cell phones, Wi-Fi routers, and power lines. People who believe they suffer from this condition describe a range of symptoms including severe headaches, chronic fatigue, burning sensations on the skin, difficulty concentrating, and sleep disturbances. Some claim they can actually feel when electromagnetic devices are turned on nearby, even when blindfolded. The condition gained significant attention in the early 2000s when increasing numbers of people began reporting symptoms coinciding with the widespread adoption of wireless technology. Sweden became one of the few countries to recognize electromagnetic hypersensitivity as a functional impairment, providing disability benefits to affected individuals. One of the most documented cases involved Per Segerbeck, a Swedish man who claimed his symptoms were so severe that he lived in a Faraday cage lined with copper mesh to block electromagnetic radiation. His story was featured in multiple documentaries and sparked debates across Europe about the safety of wireless technology. In Greenbank, West Virginia, a community has formed around the National Radio Astronomy Observatory, where radio transmissions are heavily restricted. Several dozen people claiming electromagnetic hypersensitivity have relocated there, calling it their refuge from modern technology. They live without cell phones, Wi-Fi, or even microwave ovens. However, multiple double-blind studies conducted by health organizations worldwide have consistently failed to find a correlation between electromagnetic field exposure and the reported symptoms. The World Health Organization states that symptoms are real, but likely caused by environmental factors unrelated to electromagnetic fields, such as screen flicker, poor workplace ergonomics, or psychological stress from concern about the technology itself. Despite this scientific consensus, legal cases continue to emerge. In France, a court awarded disability benefits to Maureen Richard, who claimed Wi-Fi sensitivity forced her to live in isolation in the mountains. Hexagonal water is a proposed form of structured H2O where molecules supposedly arrange themselves into six-sided crystalline patterns, creating what believers claim is a superior form of hydration with enhanced biological properties. Promoters assert this specially organized water can penetrate cells more efficiently than regular water, leading to improved energy levels, better nutrient absorption, and enhanced cellular repair. Some companies market hexagonal water devices that allegedly restructure tap water through magnetic fields, infrared energy, or mineral cartridges. The concept builds on the fact that water molecules do form temporary hydrogen bonds with neighboring molecules, creating fleeting structures. However, these formations exist for mere picoseconds at room temperature before breaking apart and reforming in different arrangements. Dr. Mu-Shik John popularized hexagonal water theory in the early 2000s, claiming that nuclear magnetic resonance studies showed distinct molecular clustering in certain water samples. Various wellness companies have since developed products like the Vitalizer Plus and Kangen water systems, with some units costing several $1,000s. The structured water industry generates millions annually, despite lacking peer-reviewed evidence supporting health claims. Standard scientific analysis shows that any temporary molecular arrangements in liquid water occur randomly and constantly change, making permanent hexagonal structuring physically impossible under normal conditions. Critics note that if hexagonal water truly maintained stable molecular arrangements, it would likely freeze solid rather than remain liquid at room temperature. Macrobiotic diets are an eating philosophy that claims to balance the opposing forces of yin and yang through carefully selected foods to achieve perfect health and even cure cancer. Developed by Japanese educator George Osawa in the 1950s, this system categorizes every food as either yin, yang, or neutral based on factors like growing conditions, color, and taste, rather than nutritional content. Brown rice sits at the center of this dietary universe, considered the most perfectly balanced food. Followers consume it as their primary staple, sometimes making up 70% of their daily calories. Sea vegetables like kelp and wakame are deemed essential for their yang properties, while most fruits are restricted for being too yin. The diet progresses through 10 increasingly restrictive levels, with the final stage consisting of nothing but brown rice and small amounts of water. Michio Kushi brought macrobiotics to America and established the Kushi Institute, where he taught that cancer resulted from eating the wrong foods and could be reversed through proper dietary balance. He claimed that understanding food's energetic properties allowed people to cure everything from diabetes to mental illness. Kushi's followers documented numerous testimonials of miraculous recoveries, though medical authorities found no scientific basis for these claims. The diet's extreme restrictions have led to documented cases of severe malnutrition, particularly in children whose parents followed the strictest interpretations. Several infants died from protein and calorie deficiencies when fed macrobiotic regimens. Despite these tragic outcomes, devoted practitioners maintained that the deaths resulted from improper application, rather than flaws in the system itself. Modern macrobiotic communities continue to blend Eastern philosophy with dietary practices, viewing food choices as spiritual decisions that influence both physical health and cosmic harmony. Medical intuitive is a practice where individuals claim to diagnose physical and emotional conditions using psychic abilities rather than medical training or diagnostic equipment. Practitioners assert they can scan the human body energetically, detecting everything from tumors to trauma stored in specific organs, often while sitting thousands of miles away from their clients. The concept gained mainstream attention through figures like Caroline Myss, who popularized the idea that emotional wounds create energy blockages that manifest as physical disease. Medical intuitives claim to read these energy patterns, identifying not just what's wrong, but the spiritual or emotional root cause behind illnesses. Sessions typically involve the intuitive entering a meditative state and mentally scanning the client's body from head to toe. They report seeing colors, feeling sensations, or receiving information about organ function, hormone levels, and even past traumas supposedly stored in cellular memory. Some claim to detect conditions years before they would show up on conventional medical tests. The practice often intersects with chakra systems and energy healing, with intuitives mapping emotional issues to specific body regions. Relationship problems might appear as heart conditions, while financial stress could manifest as lower back pain or kidney issues. Critics point out the obvious lack of medical licensing and the danger of delaying proper treatment. However, some medical intuitives work alongside licensed healthcare providers, positioning themselves as complementary rather than replacement practitioners. The field has produced numerous testimonials of accurate diagnoses, though these remain anecdotal and lack the rigorous testing that would satisfy medical standards. Skeptics note that many conditions have common symptoms that could be guessed through cold reading techniques. Morgellons is a disputed medical condition where sufferers report colorful fibers, threads, and other unusual materials emerging directly from their skin. These mysterious strands often appear in vivid blues, reds, and blacks, accompanied by intense itching sensations and crawling feelings beneath the surface. People experiencing morgellons describe finding these fibers embedded in slow-healing sores that resist standard treatment. The materials reportedly range from thread-like structures to what some describe as crystalline formations. Sufferers often collect samples in containers, documenting their findings with detailed photographs and microscopic analysis. The condition gained significant attention in the early 2000s when Mary Lay Tao, a biologist from Pennsylvania, coined the term after her young son developed unexplained skin lesions with emerging fibers. She founded the Morgellons Research Foundation, which collected reports from hundreds of individuals experiencing similar symptoms across the United States. Medical professionals remain divided on the phenomenon. The Centers for Disease Control conducted a multi-year investigation, concluding that the fibers were common household materials like cotton and clothing fragments. However, some independent researchers using advanced microscopy claim to have identified unique polymer structures unlike any known synthetic materials. Dr. Randy Wymore at Oklahoma State University established one of the few academic research programs dedicated to studying collected samples. His team reported finding fibers that didn't match any database of known materials and exhibited unusual properties under laboratory conditions. Online communities have documented thousands of cases worldwide, with sufferers sharing detailed protocols involving everything from infrared saunas to specific dietary supplements. Some report temporary relief through unconventional treatments, while others describe the condition progressing for years without resolution. The debate continues to split along lines of psychology versus undiscovered pathology, leaving those affected caught between dismissal and validation. Tinfoil hats are makeshift head coverings constructed from aluminum foil that supposedly protect the wearer from electromagnetic radiation, mind control signals, and government surveillance. The concept has become the universal symbol of conspiracy thinking, but the reality behind these metallic headpieces contains some genuinely surprising twists. The practice gained traction during the Cold War era, when fears of communist mind control experiments and electromagnetic weapons were at their peak. Believers constructed these reflective barriers based on the principle that metal can block or redirect electromagnetic waves, similar to how a Faraday cage protects sensitive equipment from electrical interference. In 2005, researchers at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology decided to actually test whether aluminum foil hats provided any protection against radio frequencies. Their findings revealed an unexpected irony that would make any conspiracy theorist's head spin. While the foil did block certain frequencies between 2.6 and 3 GHz, it actually amplified radio signals in other ranges, particularly those used by government agencies. The study showed that frequencies around 1.2 and 2.5 GHz, commonly used for satellite communications and some military applications, were boosted by up to 10 decibels when hitting aluminum foil configurations. This meant that rather than protecting against surveillance, the hats could potentially make the wearer more detectable to certain monitoring systems. The thickness and quality of aluminum foil plays a crucial role in its electromagnetic properties. Standard household foil measures roughly 0.016 millimeters thick and can effectively block radio waves in specific frequency ranges. However, the way most people construct these hats, with loose folds and gaps, creates an ineffective barrier that often resembles an antenna more than a shield. Beyond the technical aspects, tinfoil hats have infiltrated popular culture as shorthand for paranoid thinking, appearing in everything from science fiction films to political commentary. Yet some legitimate privacy advocates and electromagnetic sensitivity sufferers continue to explore metallic shielding as a genuine protective measure, albeit with more sophisticated designs than crumpled kitchen foil. Fluoride is a chemical compound that has become the center of one of the most persistent public health conspiracy theories in modern history. The story begins in the 1940s when cities across America started adding fluoride to their water supplies to prevent tooth decay. While dentists celebrated the dramatic reduction in cavities, a growing number of people became convinced this was actually a sinister plot to control the population. The most prominent theory claims that fluoride calcifies the pineal gland, a small structure in the brain that some believe is responsible for spiritual awareness and consciousness. According to this view, governments deliberately fluoridate water to make citizens more docile and compliant by blocking their third eye. Dr. Phyllis Malenic's published research in the 1990s suggesting fluoride could affect brain function in rats, though her findings were later disputed by mainstream science. Her work became a cornerstone for those arguing that water fluoridation represents mass medication without consent. Conspiracy theorists point to historical documents showing that fluoride was used in Nazi concentration camps, claiming this proves its effectiveness as a mind control agent. They also note that many European countries have rejected water fluoridation, suggesting these nations know something America refuses to acknowledge. The theories extend beyond mind control to include claims that fluoride causes everything from cancer to bone fractures to lowered intelligence quotient scores in children. Some advocates recommend using fluoride-free toothpaste and installing expensive water filtration systems to avoid exposure. Practitioners of alternative medicine often sell fluoride detox protocols, claiming they can reverse years of supposed damage and restore proper pineal gland function. These treatments typically involve specific diets, supplements, and meditation practices designed to decalcify the third eye. Water memory is the claim that water retains an imprint or memory of substances that were once dissolved in it, even after those substances have been diluted to the point where not a single molecule remains. The theory gained international attention in 1988, when French immunologist Jacques Benveniste published results in the prestigious journal Nature. Benveniste claimed that highly diluted antibody solutions could still trigger immune responses in white blood cells, despite containing no detectable antibody molecules. His team performed serial dilutions so extreme that the final solutions were statistically unlikely to contain even one molecule of the original substance. Nature took the unusual step of publishing the paper alongside an editorial expressing skepticism, then sent a team including magician James Randi to investigate Benveniste's laboratory. When the experiments were repeated under controlled conditions with proper blinding, the effects disappeared entirely. Homeopathic practitioners embrace water memory as the foundation for their treatments. They perform what they call succussion, vigorously shaking solutions between each dilution step. A typical 30C homeopathic remedy has been diluted 1 part in 100 30 times over. This level of dilution means you would need to consume roughly 10,000 liters of the solution to encounter a single molecule of the original substance. Japanese researcher Masaru Emoto later claimed that water could form different crystal structures when frozen, depending on the emotions or words it had been exposed to. His photographs showed beautiful crystals from water exposed to positive words like love, while water exposed to negative words formed irregular, unappealing structures. Emoto's work became popular in alternative healing circles, but scientists noted that his methods lacked proper controls and his crystal selection appeared cherry-picked. Water crystals naturally form in countless different patterns, depending on temperature, impurities, and cooling rate. Despite decades of research, no mechanism has been discovered that could allow water molecules to store and transmit information about previously dissolved substances. The hydrogen bonds between water molecules last mere picoseconds before breaking and reforming with different neighbors. DNA teleportation is the controversial claim that genetic information can be transmitted through electromagnetic fields and reconstructed in distant locations without any physical transfer of biological material. This concept emerged from experiments conducted by Nobel Prize winner Luc Montagnier in the early 2010s. Montagnier claimed that when DNA solutions were highly diluted in water, they continued to emit specific electromagnetic signatures that could somehow carry the genetic information across space. In his laboratory setup, Montagnier would take a test tube containing DNA fragments and dilute them to the point where virtually no actual DNA molecules remained. He then claimed these ultra-diluted solutions could transmit their electromagnetic signatures to pure water in a separate, isolated container. The twist comes next. When the right enzymes and building blocks were added to this supposedly informed water, new DNA matching the original sequence would allegedly form. The process requires specialized equipment including copper coils, electromagnetic field generators, and precise frequency measurements in the 7 Hz range. Montagnier suggested that water molecules retain a memory of the DNA structure through quantum field fluctuations, similar to claims made in homeopathic medicine. Several independent laboratories attempted to replicate these results with mixed outcomes. Some reported detecting electromagnetic emissions from DNA solutions, while others found no measurable effects beyond background noise. The mainstream scientific community has largely rejected these findings, citing insufficient evidence and methodological concerns. Critics point out that the proposed mechanism would violate established principles of molecular biology and physics. The electromagnetic signatures Montagnier detected could potentially result from contamination or equipment interference rather than genuine DNA information transfer. Despite the controversy, Montagnier continued developing this research until his death in 2022, even exploring potential medical applications for treating chronic diseases through electromagnetic DNA transmission. 5G conspiracies are a collection of beliefs claiming that 5th-generation wireless technology poses severe threats to human health and serves as a tool for mass surveillance and population control. These theories gained massive traction during the 2020s, leading to real-world consequences including tower burnings and violent protests across multiple countries. The core health claims center around electromagnetic radiation. Believers assert that 5G towers emit dangerous radio frequency energy that can cause cancer, infertility, and neurological damage. The conspiracy extends this to claim that 5G waves operate at 60 GHz, which supposedly matches the resonant frequency of oxygen molecules, preventing proper oxygen absorption in human lungs. The most explosive variant emerged in early 2020 when conspiracy theorists linked 5G deployment to the global pandemic. This theory suggested that 5G radiation weakened immune systems, making people more susceptible to illness, or in more extreme versions, that the towers actually caused the symptoms attributed to the virus. Believers pointed to the timing of 5G rollouts in major cities as evidence for this connection. Surveillance fears form another major component. These theories claim that 5G networks create an unprecedented monitoring grid, allowing governments and corporations to track every movement, thought, and biological function of citizens. Some versions incorporate claims about mind control capabilities, suggesting the technology can directly influence human behavior through targeted electromagnetic pulses. The conspiracy gained enough momentum to inspire physical attacks on infrastructure. Between 2020 and 2021, hundreds of cell towers were destroyed by arsonists in the United Kingdom, Netherlands, and other countries. Workers installing equipment faced harassment and threats, while some communities organized legal challenges to block 5G installations. Technical misunderstandings fuel many of these beliefs. The millimeter wave frequencies used by some 5G implementations sound ominous to those unfamiliar with the electromagnetic spectrum, despite operating at lower energy levels than visible light. The increased number of smaller towers required for coverage creates the illusion of more intense radiation exposure when the opposite is actually true. New chronology is a radical theory developed by Russian mathematician Anatoly Fomenko that claims the entire timeline of human history has been artificially stretched by over 1,000 years. According to Fomenko, events we believe happened in ancient times actually occurred much more recently, with most of recorded history compressed into just the last 1,000 years. Fomenko argues that Jesus Christ lived in the 11th century, not the 1st century, and that ancient Egypt, Greece, and Rome are actually medieval civilizations that have been duplicated and backdated through chronological errors. His theory suggests that figures like Julius Caesar and Jesus are the same person, just recorded under different names in what he calls phantom duplicates. New chronology is a radical theory developed by Russian mathematician Anatoly Fomenko that claims the entire timeline of human history has been artificially stretched by over 1,000 years. According to Fomenko, events we believe happened in ancient times actually occurred much more recently, with most of recorded history compressed into just the last 1,000 years. Fomenko argues that Jesus Christ lived in the 11th century, not the 1st century, and that ancient Egypt, Greece, and Rome are actually medieval civilizations that have been duplicated and backdated through chronological errors. His theory suggests that figures like Julius Caesar and Jesus are the same person, just recorded under different names in what he calls phantom duplicates. The mathematician uses statistical analysis and astronomical dating to support his claims, examining eclipse records and star charts mentioned in historical texts. He points to inconsistencies in carbon dating and argues that many ancient artifacts are actually medieval forgeries created to support a false timeline. One of Fomenko's most striking claims involves the construction of the Egyptian pyramids, which he dates to around the 14th century rather than 2,500 years ago. He suggests they were built as tombs for Russian horde rulers, connecting ancient Egypt to medieval Russia through elaborate linguistic analysis. Japhetic theory is a bizarre linguistic doctrine that claimed all human languages descended from a single prehistoric tongue tied directly to Marxist class struggle. Soviet linguist Nikolai Marr developed this theory in the 1920s, naming it after Japheth, one of Noah's 3 sons from biblical tradition. Marr proposed that languages didn't evolve through gradual change like most linguists believed, but instead transformed through revolutionary leaps that mirrored social upheavals. He claimed that as societies moved from primitive communism to feudalism to capitalism, their languages underwent dramatic structural changes that reflected these economic shifts. The theory went further, suggesting that under true communism, all world languages would eventually merge into one universal tongue. Marr identified 4 basic elements he called Sal, Bear, Yan, and Rosh that supposedly formed the building blocks of all human speech. What made this particularly striking was Marr's rejection of the established Indo-European language family concept. He dismissed connections between Sanskrit, Greek, and Latin as bourgeois fabrications designed to support European cultural superiority. For nearly 3 decades, Japhetic theory dominated Soviet linguistics departments. Students were required to study Marr's 4-element system, and researchers who questioned the doctrine faced serious academic consequences. The theory's influence extended beyond universities into Soviet cultural policy. Officials used Marr's ideas to justify claims that minority languages within the Soviet Union were actually more advanced than European languages because they supposedly retained more primitive communist characteristics. Everything changed dramatically in 1950 when Stalin himself published an article rejecting Japhetic theory as anti-Marxist nonsense. Overnight, the linguistic establishment abandoned decades of research, and Marr's once mandatory textbooks disappeared from library shelves across the Soviet Union. Body memory is the belief that human tissues can store traumatic experiences and emotional imprints at the cellular level, completely separate from brain-based memory systems. Practitioners claim that physical trauma, emotional abuse, and psychological wounds become embedded directly into muscles, organs, and connective tissues. During massage therapy or bodywork sessions, clients reportedly experience sudden emotional releases, vivid flashbacks, or intense crying when therapists manipulate specific body areas. The concept gained traction in the 1980s and 1990s alongside recovered memory therapy. Massage therapists began reporting that clients would spontaneously recall childhood incidents or suppressed experiences when pressure was applied to particular muscle groups. Some bodyworkers developed elaborate maps linking emotional states to specific anatomical regions. The most dramatic claims involve organ transplant recipients. Case studies describe heart transplant patients suddenly developing new food preferences, personality changes, or memories that allegedly belong to their donors. One widely circulated account tells of a recipient who began craving foods the donor loved and experiencing nightmares about the donor's final moments. Cellular memory theorists propose that individual cells throughout the body can encode and store information independently of neural networks. They point to research on cellular communication and the discovery that cells can respond to environmental changes and retain certain molecular patterns. Physical therapists practicing craniosacral therapy and myofascial release often incorporate body memory concepts into their treatments. They describe feeling energetic blockages or sensing emotional tension trapped within fascial tissue layers. Critics argue that these experiences result from psychological suggestion, the relaxing effects of therapeutic touch, or the brain's tendency to create narratives around unusual physical sensations. Brain Gym is a movement-based learning program that claims simple physical exercises can dramatically boost brain function and academic performance. Created by educator Paul Dennison and his wife Gail in the 1970s, this system promises to unlock learning potential through what they call educational kinesiology. The core belief centers on 26 specific movements designed to integrate different areas of the brain. These exercises have names like brain buttons, where students massage points below their collarbones while looking left and right, supposedly activating blood flow to the brain. Cross crawls involve touching opposite hands to knees in a marching motion, claimed to connect the brain's left and right hemispheres. Perhaps the most striking aspect is the Dennison's assertion that drinking water in a particular way can enhance cognitive abilities. Students are instructed to hold water in their mouths while performing specific movements, with claims this improves focus and comprehension within minutes. The program gained massive traction in schools worldwide, particularly in the United Kingdom, where government funding supported its implementation in thousands of classrooms during the 2010s. Teachers reported using brain gym as a daily routine, having entire classes perform synchronized movements before lessons. Denison's background as a reading specialist lent initial credibility to the approach. His marketing materials featured brain scan images and referenced neuroscience concepts like hemispheric dominance, though neuroscientists later criticized these interpretations as oversimplified misunderstandings of how the brain actually functions. The exercises themselves appear harmless physical activities, but Brain Gym's theoretical framework makes specific neurological claims that extend far beyond what simple movements could realistically achieve, positioning everyday stretches as targeted brain interventions. Candida hypersensitivity is a controversial condition that blames an ordinary yeast for an extraordinary range of health problems. This theory claims that Candida albicans, a harmless fungus naturally present in everyone's mouth, gut, and skin, can suddenly turn rogue and trigger everything from chronic fatigue to depression, brain fog, and digestive chaos. The condition gained prominence in the 1980s when physician William Crook published The Yeast Connection, linking Candida overgrowth to dozens of seemingly unrelated symptoms. According to this framework, modern lifestyles involving antibiotics, birth control pills, high-sugar diets, and stress create the perfect storm for Candida to multiply out of control. The symptom list reads like a medical encyclopedia gone wild. Believers attribute headaches, joint pain, mood swings, memory problems, skin issues, weight gain, and even attention difficulties to this microscopic culprit. Some versions of the theory suggest that Candida releases over 70 different toxins into the bloodstream, poisoning the entire system from within. Treatment protocols typically involve strict anti-Candida diets that eliminate sugar, refined carbohydrates, alcohol, and fermented foods for months or even years. Practitioners often prescribe expensive antifungal supplements, probiotics, and specialized testing that claims to detect Candida overgrowth through stool samples or blood work. The medical establishment remains deeply skeptical. Mainstream doctors point out that severe Candida infections, called candidemia, are life-threatening conditions seen primarily in immunocompromised patients in intensive care units. For healthy individuals, the immune system keeps Candida populations in check naturally. Critics note that the symptoms attributed to Candida hypersensitivity are so broad and nonspecific that they could describe almost any health complaint, making it nearly impossible to disprove the diagnosis once someone believes they have it. The 2012 phenomenon is a collection of beliefs that December 21st, 2012 would bring either the end of the world or a massive transformation of human consciousness. This date became the focus of intense speculation because it marked the end of a 5,125-year cycle in the Maya long count calendar. The Maya developed their long count system to track vast periods of time, with December 21st, 2012 representing the completion of the 13th Baktun. While Maya scholars understood this as simply the end of one cycle and the beginning of another, like our calendar rolling from December 31st to January 1st, popular interpretation took a dramatically different turn. New Age author Jose Arguelles helped spark modern interest with his 1987 book, The Mayan Factor, which connected the calendar to cosmic consciousness shifts. By the 2010s, the phenomenon had exploded into mainstream culture. The predictions varied wildly. Some claimed a massive solar flare would fry Earth's electronics and atmosphere. Others insisted the planet would experience a sudden magnetic pole reversal, flipping north and south in a matter of hours. Geologist Charles Hapgood's earlier work on crustal displacement found new life, with believers suggesting the entire outer layer of Earth might suddenly shift. Perhaps the most elaborate theory involved galactic alignment. Believers claimed that on December 21st, 2012, our solar system would align with the galactic equator for the first time in 26,000 years, somehow triggering catastrophic changes or spiritual awakening. Roland Emmerich's 2009 disaster film, 2012, brought these ideas to massive audiences, depicting neutrinos from solar flares heating Earth's core and causing global destruction. The movie grossed over $700 million worldwide. When December 21, 2012 arrived, observatories reported normal solar activity, seismographs detected routine earthquake patterns, and approximately 7 billion people woke up the next morning to discover the world had stubbornly refused to end. The aftermath proved almost as interesting as the build-up, with believers scrambling to recalculate dates or claim the transformation had occurred but remained invisible to most humans. Einstein-Cartan-Evans theory is a proposed extension of Einstein's general relativity that claims to unify all fundamental forces through what its creator calls space-time torsion. Developed by Welsh chemist Myron Wynne Evans in the late 1990s, this theory attempts to bridge the gap between Einstein's relativity and quantum mechanics by introducing a twisting motion in the fabric of space-time itself. Evans, who spent much of his career studying molecular spectroscopy, made the bold leap into theoretical physics by claiming that mainstream scientists had overlooked a crucial geometric property of spacetime. According to his calculations, this torsion field could explain everything from electromagnetic phenomena to the strong nuclear force. The theory gained attention when Evans published hundreds of papers on his Alpha Institute for Advanced Studies website, presenting mathematical frameworks that he argued could revolutionize our understanding of physics. He claimed his equations could describe free energy devices, anti-gravity systems, and even provide new insights into cosmology. What sets this theory apart is its promise of practical applications. Evans suggested that understanding space-time torsion could lead to revolutionary technologies, including energy generation methods that would make fossil fuels obsolete. He proposed that rotating magnetic fields could tap into this torsion energy, creating what he called space-time engineering. The mainstream physics community has largely dismissed these claims, pointing to mathematical inconsistencies and the lack of experimental verification. Critics note that Evans' background in chemistry, while impressive, did not include the specialized training typically required for advanced theoretical physics research. The theory attracted a dedicated following online, particularly among those seeking alternatives to conventional physics. Evans continued developing his ideas until his death in 2015, leaving behind a substantial body of work that remains controversial in scientific circles. Hydrinos are hydrogen atoms that supposedly exist in a state lower than what quantum mechanics says is possible. According to engineer Randall Mills, these shrunken hydrogen atoms can release massive amounts of energy when they transition to this impossible state. Mills founded a company called Blacklight Power, later renamed Brilliant Light Power, claiming his hydrino technology could revolutionize energy production. He's raised over $100 million from investors based on demonstrations of mysterious energy releases during chemical reactions. The core claim violates the fundamental principles of quantum mechanics. In standard physics, the ground state of hydrogen represents the lowest possible energy level for the electron orbiting the proton. Mills argues that electrons can spiral even closer to the nucleus, releasing energy in the process. Mainstream physicists have repeatedly debunked these claims. The supposed energy releases Mills demonstrates can be explained by conventional chemical reactions involving catalysts and metal hydrides. When independent researchers attempt to replicate his experiments, the extraordinary energy gains disappear. Mills has published hundreds of papers and even wrote a massive textbook called The Grand Unified Theory of Classical Physics, attempting to replace quantum mechanics entirely. His alternative theory brings back classical physics concepts that were abandoned in the early 1900s. Despite decades of criticism from the scientific community, Mills continues to claim his technology is just months away from commercial deployment. His company has announced breakthrough after breakthrough since the 1990s. yet no working hydrino power plant has ever materialized. The hydrino saga represents one of the most persistent and well-funded challenges to established physics, sustained primarily by Mills's ability to demonstrate unexplained energy effects that tantalize investors while frustrating scientists. Biodynamic agriculture is a farming method that involves burying cow horns filled with manure, stirring water into precise vortex patterns, and timing all agricultural activities to lunar and planetary cycles. Created by Austrian philosopher Rudolf Steiner in 1924, this approach treats farms as single living organisms that require spiritual as well as physical nourishment. Steiner developed 9 specific preparations, numbered 500 through 508, each designed to enhance soil fertility and plant growth through what he called cosmic forces. Preparation 500 requires farmers to stuff fresh cow manure into the horn of a cow that has given birth at least once, bury it underground from autumn to spring, then dig it up and mix tiny amounts into water. The water must be stirred by hand for exactly 1 hour, creating alternating clockwise and counterclockwise vortexes that supposedly capture cosmic rhythms. Preparation 501 involves grinding quartz crystal, stuffing it into cow horns, burying them through summer, then spraying the mixture on crops at dawn. Other preparations include chamomile flowers fermented inside deer bladders, yarrow blossoms aged in stag bladders, and oak bark decomposed within domestic animal skulls. The Demeter certification system, established in 1928, now oversees biodynamic farms across 60 countries. Premium wineries like Domaine de la Romanée Conti in Burgundy and Castello di Ama in Tuscany have adopted these methods, with bottles selling for thousands of dollars. Practitioners consult the Stella Natura calendar, which maps optimal planting times based on when the moon passes through earth, water, air, and fire signs of the zodiac. Root crops get planted during earth days, leafy vegetables during water days, flowers during air days, and fruits during fire days. Critics note that controlled studies consistently show no difference between biodynamic and conventional organic farming results, suggesting the elaborate rituals may be unnecessary theatrical additions to standard sustainable practices. Granite is one of Earth's most common igneous rocks, formed deep underground from slowly cooling magma. But beyond its role in kitchen countertops and monuments, granite has attracted a devoted following who believe this speckled stone holds remarkable powers over human health and energy. The granite health movement gained momentum in the 1990s when alternative medicine practitioners began claiming that granite surfaces naturally emit negative ions. These microscopic particles, they argued, could purify indoor air, boost immune systems, and even improve mental clarity. Believers point to granite's crystalline structure, particularly its quartz content, as the source of these supposed benefits. They claim that the piezoelectric properties of quartz crystals within granite generate subtle electrical fields that interact with the human biofield. Some wellness enthusiasts go further, insisting that granite countertops can reduce stress hormones and improve sleep quality simply through proximity. Online forums from the early 2000s are filled with testimonials from homeowners crediting their granite kitchen islands with everything from fewer headaches to increased energy levels. The radon factor adds another layer to granite's controversial reputation. While granite does naturally emit small amounts of this radioactive gas, some alternative health advocates have flipped the concern on its head. They argue that low-level radon exposure from granite actually strengthens the immune system through a process called hormesis. Feng Shui practitioners have embraced granite for entirely different reasons, viewing its density and earth element properties as grounding forces that can stabilize chaotic energy in living spaces. They recommend specific granite colors for different areas of the home, with black granite supposedly absorbing negative energy and lighter varieties promoting calm. Despite decades of testing, no scientific evidence supports granite's alleged health benefits beyond its practical durability. Yet the belief persists, perhaps because granite's natural beauty makes it easy to imagine hidden powers lurking within those glittering mineral flecks. Minimum parking requirements are urban planning mandates that force developers to build a specific number of parking spaces for every building they construct. These rules, found in virtually every American city, stem from studies conducted in the 1940s and 1950s that measured peak parking demand at suburban shopping centers and applied those numbers everywhere else. The original research behind these requirements came from traffic engineer Victor Gruen and others who counted cars at places like Northgate Mall in Seattle during Christmas shopping season. They then declared that every restaurant needed 1 parking space per 3 seats, every office building needed 4 spaces per 1,000 square feet, and every apartment needed 2 spaces per unit. These numbers became gospel, copied from city to city without question. The circular logic becomes apparent quickly. Cities require massive amounts of parking, which spreads buildings far apart, making walking impossible and driving necessary. This increased driving demand then justifies even more parking requirements. Donald Shoup, an urban planning professor at the University of California, Los Angeles, spent decades documenting this phenomenon in his book, The High Cost of Free Parking. Consider the absurd specificity of these rules. Bowling alleys must provide 5 parking spaces per lane. Funeral homes need 1 space per 4 seats in their chapel. Drive-through banks require 4 spaces per window, plus regular banking spaces. Some cities demand different parking ratios for Chinese restaurants versus Mexican restaurants, apparently believing ethnicity determines driving patterns. These requirements add approximately $24,000 to the cost of each apartment unit in Los Angeles, according to Shoup's research. The land devoted to parking in some American cities exceeds the land used for housing. Houston dedicates 30% of its downtown area to parking, creating an urban landscape that resembles a concrete desert punctuated by occasional buildings. The pseudoscientific nature emerges in how these requirements persist, despite mounting evidence of their failure. Cities like Minneapolis and Hartford eliminated parking minimums entirely and saw increased development, lower housing costs, and reduced traffic congestion. Buffalo removed requirements downtown and experienced a construction boom, yet most planners continue treating 60-year-old parking counts from suburban malls as immutable natural laws. Transportation engineers often defend these requirements using computer models that assume everyone drives everywhere, creating self-fulfilling prophecies. When cities build for cars exclusively, people have no choice but to drive, which validates the original assumption that everyone needs to drive. The most telling aspect is how quickly these scientific requirements crumble under scrutiny. Restaurants in walkable neighborhoods use far fewer parking spaces than the mandates require. Office buildings near transit stations sit surrounded by empty parking lots. Yet rather than adjust the requirements based on actual observation, most cities simply continue following the 1950s formulas as if they represent fundamental truths about human behavior. Clean water is the belief that ordinary H2O can be transformed into a substance with extraordinary healing and energetic properties through various unproven methods. The core claim suggests that water possesses a molecular memory, capable of storing and transmitting information even after substances have been completely diluted away. This forms the foundation of homeopathic medicine, where practitioners believe water remembers the essence of healing compounds long after they've been removed. Structured water takes this further, proposing that H2O molecules can arrange themselves into hexagonal clusters that supposedly match the water found in healthy cells. Companies sell devices costing hundreds to thousands of dollars that claim to restructure tap water using magnets, crystals, or electromagnetic fields. Alkaline water enthusiasts insist that drinking water with a pH above 8 can neutralize acid in the bloodstream and prevent disease. Despite the human body maintaining blood pH within a narrow range regardless of what you drink, alkaline water systems generate millions in sales annually. Dr. Masaru Emoto gained international attention in the early 2000s by claiming that human consciousness could alter water's crystalline structure. His photographs supposedly showed that positive thoughts created beautiful ice crystals, while negative emotions produced chaotic formations. The Japanese researchers' work inspired a global movement of people talking to their water, playing classical music to their drinks, and labeling bottles with words like love and gratitude. Water ionization devices promise to create electron-rich water that acts as a powerful antioxidant in the body. These machines, often sold through multi-level marketing schemes, can cost several $1,000s while producing effects that disappear as soon as the water encounters stomach acid. Victor Schauberger, an Austrian naturalist from the early 20th century, developed theories about living water that moves in spirals and vortexes. His followers create elaborate copper spiraling devices meant to restore water's natural energy patterns. Some practitioners combine multiple approaches, creating protocols that involve blessing water, exposing it to specific frequencies, adding trace minerals, and storing it in geometrically shaped containers under moonlight. Technical analysis is the practice of predicting future stock prices by studying charts and patterns from past market movements. Traders who swear by this method believe that price charts contain hidden messages about where markets will head next, despite decades of academic research suggesting it performs no better than random guessing. The foundation rests on three core assumptions that sound reasonable, but crumble under scrutiny. First, that market prices reflect all available information. Second, that prices move in trends that persist over time. Third, that history repeats itself in predictable patterns. Practitioners spend countless hours identifying formations with names that sound like they belong in a fortune teller's handbook. Head and shoulders, double tops, cup and handle, ascending triangles, bearish engulfing patterns. Each supposedly signals whether prices will rise or fall. The 2010s saw an explosion of retail traders armed with free charting software, convinced they had cracked the code. Social media filled with screenshots of perfect predictions, while the countless failed trades remained conveniently hidden. Elliott wave theory takes technical analysis into even stranger territory. Ralph Nelson Elliott claimed in the 1930s that market movements follow specific wave patterns based on human psychology and natural mathematical sequences. Followers draw elaborate wave counts stretching across decades, constantly revising their predictions when reality fails to cooperate. Fibonacci retracements add another layer of mysticism, suggesting that stocks naturally bounce at levels corresponding to ratios found in flower petals and seashells. The most devoted technicians overlay dozens of indicators on their charts until the actual price data becomes barely visible beneath the colorful mathematical soup. Despite regulatory warnings and academic debunking, technical analysis remains deeply embedded in trading culture, generating billions in software sales and course fees from those seeking market fortune through pattern recognition. Velikovsky catastrophism is a theory claiming that planets in our solar system once careened through space like cosmic billiard balls, causing the catastrophes described in ancient religious texts. Russian-born psychiatrist and psychoanalyst Immanuel Velikovsky proposed in his 1950 book Worlds in Collision that Venus began life as a massive comet ejected from Jupiter sometime around 1500 BCE. This wandering protoplanet then swooped dangerously close to Earth not once, but twice, first around 1500 BCE and again around 700 BCE. According to Velikovsky, these close encounters weren't just near misses. He claimed Venus actually caused the 10 plagues of Egypt, parted the Red Sea, and even made the sun stand still in the sky during Joshua's battle at Gibeon. The theory suggests that electromagnetic forces between the two planets could stop Earth's rotation temporarily, explaining the biblical account of a day that lasted twice as long. Velikovsky didn't stop with Venus. He argued that Mars also took a swing at Earth around the 8th and 7th centuries BCE, causing additional upheavals before both planets settled into their current, more civilized orbits. He pointed to similar catastrophe stories from cultures worldwide, from Hindu texts describing cosmic battles, to Mayan accounts of world-ending events, as evidence that these planetary encounters were witnessed and recorded by ancient civilizations. The book became a bestseller despite fierce opposition from the astronomical community. Scientists pointed out that the gravitational mechanics simply don't work. A close encounter between Earth and Venus would likely tear both planets apart, rather than just rearrange the furniture. The theory also requires Venus to have cooled from molten comet to habitable-looking planet in just a few thousand years, which violates pretty much everything we know about planetary formation. What made the controversy particularly intense was Velikovsky's challenge to establish timelines. He claimed that conventional chronology of ancient civilizations was off by several centuries, and that many supposedly separate historical events were actually describing the same cosmic catastrophes from different perspectives. Torsion fields are a theoretical concept that emerged from Soviet physics research claiming that space itself can twist and spiral like a corkscrew. Unlike Einstein's curved spacetime, torsion field theory suggests that the fabric of reality has an additional property, a helical twist that can carry information and energy across vast distances. The concept traces back to French mathematician Élie Cartan in the 1920s, but Soviet researchers Gennady Shipov and Anatoly Akimov developed it into something far more ambitious during the Cold War era. They proposed that spinning objects, from electrons to entire galaxies, generate these invisible torsion waves that ripple through the universe faster than light itself. What made torsion fields particularly appealing to some researchers was their supposed ability to explain phenomena that conventional physics couldn't touch. Akimov's team claimed that certain crystals, pyramids, and even human consciousness could generate detectable torsion field signatures. They suggested these fields could enable instantaneous communication across any distance, making them potentially valuable for military applications. The theory gained traction in alternative science circles when researchers began connecting torsion fields to everything from psychic healing to free energy devices. Some claimed that rotating copper coils could tap into Earth's natural torsion field, while others insisted that meditation and focused intention could manipulate these invisible forces directly. Despite decades of research and millions of rubles invested by the Soviet government, mainstream physics has found no reproducible evidence for torsion fields, as described by their advocates. The mathematical frameworks exist, but the extraordinary claims about faster-than-light communication and consciousness interaction remain unproven. Yet the concept persists in fringe science communities, where torsion fields are credited with powering everything from anti-gravity devices to interdimensional portals. Extrasensory research in the USSR was a decades-long government program that turned science fiction into state policy. While the West dismissed psychic phenomena as parlor tricks, Soviet scientists were conducting rigorous experiments on telepathy, remote viewing, and psychokinesis with the full backing of the military. The program began in earnest during the 1950s, when the Soviet Academy of Sciences established dedicated laboratories for parapsychological research. The Institute of Problems of Information Transmission became ground zero for telepathy experiments, where researchers like Leonid Vasilyev conducted thousands of tests on subjects who claimed they could transmit thoughts across vast distances. One of the most documented cases involved Rosa Kuleshova, a woman who could allegedly read text and identify colors while completely blindfolded. Soviet scientists subjected her to hundreds of controlled experiments, filming her as she read newspapers through thick black cloth and correctly identified playing cards sealed in opaque envelopes. The research team concluded she was using some form of dermal vision, essentially seeing through her fingertips. The Soviets took their psychic research so seriously that they built entire facilities dedicated to the work. The town of Zheleznodorozhny housed a secret laboratory where scientists studied psychokinesis, the ability to move objects with the mind alone. Researchers there claimed to have documented subjects who could influence the movement of compass needles, alter the growth patterns of plants, and even affect the behavior of laboratory animals from separate rooms. Military applications drove much of the research. Soviet generals believed psychic soldiers could gather intelligence by remote viewing enemy installations, communicate silently across battlefields through telepathy, and potentially disable enemy equipment through focused mental energy. Documents reveal they spent millions of rubles on experiments designed to create psychic spies who could penetrate American military bases without ever leaving Moscow. The program reached its peak during the Cold War, when competition with American psychic research intensified the Soviet commitment. Declassified files show the KGB recruited hundreds of claimed psychics, subjecting them to rigorous testing protocols that would make modern clinical trials look casual by comparison. Nina Kulagina became the program's most famous subject after filmed demonstrations showed her moving small objects across tables using only her hands hovering above them. Soviet cameras captured her deflecting compass needles, separating egg whites from yolks, and stopping the hearts of laboratory frogs, all while connected to monitoring equipment that recorded her vital signs. The research continued well into the 1980s, with some facilities operating until the Soviet Union collapsed. When classified documents finally emerged in the 1990s, they revealed the true scope of a program that had employed hundreds of scientists and tested thousands of subjects across multiple decades. Energy from vacuum is the bold claim that usable power can be extracted directly from empty space itself through quantum mechanical processes. The theory builds on legitimate quantum physics concepts, particularly the idea that even completely empty space contains fluctuating electromagnetic fields at the smallest scales. The foundation rests on zero-point energy, a real phenomenon where quantum fields maintain residual energy even at absolute zero temperature. Physicist Harold Puthoff calculated that a single cubic centimeter of vacuum space contains enough theoretical energy to boil all the oceans on Earth. This staggering number has inspired decades of attempts to tap into what some call the ultimate free energy source. Tom Bearden, a retired Army officer turned energy researcher, spent years developing what he called motionless electromagnetic generators. His patents describe devices that allegedly draw energy from the quantum vacuum using carefully arranged magnetic fields and scalar wave interactions. Bearden claimed his prototypes achieved over-unity performance, producing more energy output than electrical input. The Casimir effect often gets cited as proof that vacuum energy extraction is possible. When two metal plates are placed incredibly close together in a vacuum, quantum fluctuations actually push them together with measurable force. While this demonstrates vacuum energy exists, scaling it up to power generation remains the trillion-dollar question. Stephen Greer's Disclosure Project has featured multiple witnesses claiming the military has successfully developed vacuum energy devices, but suppresses the technology to protect existing energy monopolies. Former Lockheed Skunk Works engineer Boyd Bushman allegedly worked on such projects before his death in 2014. The physics establishment maintains that while vacuum fluctuations are real, thermodynamics prevents their extraction as usable energy. Critics point out that most claimed vacuum energy devices mysteriously fail during independent testing or rely on hidden conventional power sources. Kirlian photography is a technique that claims to capture the invisible energy fields surrounding living beings through high-voltage electrical discharge. When objects are placed on photographic film and subjected to thousands of volts of electricity, they produce striking coronas of light that appear to emanate from within. Soviet inventor Semyon Kirlian and his wife Valentina developed this method in 1939 after Semyon noticed strange flashes of light around a patient receiving electrotherapy treatment. They spent decades perfecting their technique, creating images that showed vibrant, multicolored auras around everything from human fingertips to freshly picked leaves. The most compelling claim involves the phantom leaf effect. When researchers photographed a leaf, then tore off a portion and photographed it again, the missing section allegedly still appeared in the electrical discharge pattern. This suggested that some kind of energy template or life force remained even after the physical matter was removed. Alternative medicine practitioners began using Kirlian photography in the 1970s to diagnose illnesses and emotional states based on the color, intensity, and patterns of a person's electrical aura. They claimed that disease would show up as gaps, discoloration, or irregularities in the energy field before physical symptoms appeared. Romanian engineer Florin Dumitrescu developed the electrographic imaging technique, while German researcher Peter Mandel created a diagnostic system called energy emission analysis that mapped specific points on fingers and toes to different organs and body systems. Mainstream science explains these effects as simple corona discharge, the same phenomenon that creates lightning. Moisture, pressure, electrical conductivity, and even emotional state can all influence the appearance of these electrical patterns, making the images far more mundane than mystical. Time cube is a cosmological theory created by Jean Ray that claims Earth experiences 4 simultaneous days within a single 24-hour rotation. Ray argued that while the planet completes one full turn, 4 separate days occur at the same time across different corner positions of a cubic Earth model. The theory centers on what Ray called cubic thinking versus the linear thinking taught in schools. He claimed that traditional education brainwashes people into believing in a single day when 4 days actually happen simultaneously. Ray positioned himself as the wisest human alive and challenged academic institutions worldwide to prove him wrong. Ray maintained an infamous website from 1996 to 2015 that presented his ideas in a stream of consciousness format. The site featured walls of text in multiple colors, sizes, and fonts that made it nearly impossible to follow. Visitors encountered phrases like 4-corner simultaneous days and educated stupid, repeated throughout rambling paragraphs that jumped between topics without warning. The TimeCube website became an internet phenomenon, not for its scientific merit, but for its sheer incomprehensibility. Ray offered $10,000 to anyone who could disprove his 4-day theory, and frequently invited people to debate him at Georgia Tech, where he claimed no professor could refute his cubic wisdom. Ray's theory included claims that belly buttons prove the 4-day cycle, and that the human head contains 4 separate brains corresponding to each day. He insisted that teachers and scientists were part of an evil conspiracy to hide cubic truth from humanity. The website accumulated millions of visitors who came to witness what many considered the internet's most elaborate example of time-cube logic in action. 21 grams experiment is a series of measurements conducted by physician Duncan McDougall in 1907 that attempted to prove the human soul has physical weight. McDougall placed dying patients on specially designed scales and recorded their body weight at the exact moment of death. His findings claimed that humans lose exactly 21 grams when they die, while dogs and other animals showed no weight change whatsoever. McDougall concluded this missing weight represented the soul departing the physical body. The experiment involved 6 human subjects, all suffering from tuberculosis, who were placed on sensitive industrial scales in McDougall's Massachusetts facility. He observed that 5 of the 6 patients experienced sudden weight loss at death, though only one case actually measured 21 grams precisely. McDougall then repeated these tests on 15 dogs, expecting to find no weight change since he believed animals lacked souls. When the dogs indeed showed no measurable weight loss, he felt this confirmed his hypothesis about human spiritual superiority. The study gained renewed attention in the 20,000s after the film of the same name, despite the scientific community's dismissal of McDougall's methodology. Critics point out that the sample size was far too small, the equipment wasn't precise enough for such measurements, and natural biological processes like perspiration and lung deflation could easily account for minor weight fluctuations. Modern attempts to replicate these results have consistently failed, yet the 21 grams concept persists in popular culture as supposed evidence for the soul's physical existence. Cryonics is the practice of freezing human bodies immediately after death, with the belief that future technology will eventually revive them and cure whatever killed them. The process begins within minutes of legal death, where the body gets cooled to negative 196 degrees Celsius using liquid nitrogen. Robert Ettinger kickstarted the modern cryonics movement in 1962 with his book, The Prospect of Immortality. He argued that freezing preserves the brain's information patterns, and that sufficiently advanced technology could one day repair cellular damage and bring people back to life. Ettinger himself was frozen in 2011 after his death. The procedure involves replacing blood with antifreeze-like chemicals called cryoprotectants, then gradually cooling the body in a process called vitrification. This turns tissues into a glass-like state rather than forming ice crystals, which would destroy cells. Bodies end up stored head down in tall metal containers called dewars, where they can theoretically remain for centuries. Alcor Life Extension Foundation in Arizona houses over 200 frozen bodies and nearly as many severed heads. Yes, you can opt for just head preservation for about $80,000, compared to $200,000 for the full body package. The logic being that future technology could simply grow you a new body. Baseball legend Ted Williams became cryonics' most famous case when his son had him frozen in 2002, leading to a bitter family legal battle. The Alcor facility has also preserved the heads of several other notable figures, though most clients prefer to remain anonymous. The fundamental challenge remains that no complex organism has ever been successfully revived after cryonic preservation. Critics point out that current freezing methods cause massive cellular damage, and that the technology required for revival would essentially need to rebuild a human being molecule by molecule. NoFap and no porn are online movements claiming that abstaining from masturbation and adult content can unlock extraordinary physical and mental transformations. These communities, primarily centered around Reddit forums with hundreds of thousands of members, promote what they call semen retention as a path to enhanced masculinity and personal power. Followers report developing what they term superpowers after periods of abstinence ranging from 30 to 90 days or longer. These alleged benefits include increased muscle mass, deeper voice, clearer skin, heightened confidence, and improved eye contact with strangers. The most striking claims venture into metaphysical territory. Many adherents insist that women can somehow sense their retained life force energy and become magnetically attracted to them. They describe experiencing an aura or presence that makes them irresistible in social situations, with some claiming they can feel this energy radiating from their bodies. The communities have developed their own terminology and tracking systems. Members count days since their last PMO session, which stands for pornography, masturbation, and orgasm. They share detailed accounts of their streaks, relapses, and breakthrough moments when the supposed superpowers manifest. Some practitioners take the concept further, incorporating ancient Eastern philosophies about conserving vital essence. They cite traditional Chinese medicine and yoga practices as evidence that sexual energy retention has been recognized across cultures for millennia. The movements gained significant momentum during the 2010s, with testimonials flooding online forums from men claiming complete personality transformations. These range from overcoming social anxiety to achieving career success, all attributed to their abstinence practices. Critics point out that many reported benefits likely stem from breaking compulsive behaviors rather than any mystical energy retention, but the communities remain convinced of their method's supernatural effectiveness. Gasoline powder is the supposed miracle substance that can transform ordinary water into genuine gasoline with just a few drops or a single pill. This alleged invention promises to turn your kitchen sink into a personal fuel refinery, creating gallons of gasoline for mere pennies. The powder supposedly contains a secret catalyst that triggers a chemical reaction, converting H2O molecules into the complex hydrocarbon chains found in petroleum. Believers claim major oil companies have been suppressing this technology for decades, buying up patents and silencing inventors to protect their trillion-dollar industry. The most persistent version involves a mysterious scientist who developed the formula in the 1940s, only to have his research confiscated by government agents working for Big Oil. Several online sellers have marketed various powders and tablets with names like Gas Pill and Fuel Maximizer, promising dramatic improvements in fuel efficiency or the ability to run engines on water alone. These products typically contain nothing more than baking soda, food coloring, and ambitious marketing claims. The fundamental problem lies in basic chemistry and physics. Creating gasoline requires breaking and reforming chemical bonds in very specific ways, a process that demands enormous amounts of energy. The energy needed to convert water into gasoline would exceed the energy you'd get from burning that gasoline, making it thermodynamically impossible without an external energy source more powerful than the fuel itself. Despite countless demonstrations posted online showing cars supposedly running on water mixed with mystery powder, none have ever passed scientific testing under controlled conditions. Sun language theory is a linguistic hypothesis claiming that Turkish served as the original human language, with every other language on Earth descending from ancient Turkish roots. The core premise centers on early humans developing their first words through sun worship rituals. Advocates argued that primitive Turkish speakers created the initial sounds of human speech by mimicking their mouths' shape during sun-gazing ceremonies. These original Turkish utterances supposedly spread across the globe as humans migrated, eventually evolving into the thousands of languages we know today. Turkish linguist Hermann Kvergic and his colleagues developed this framework during the 1930s, receiving substantial government backing from Mustafa Kemal Ataturk's administration. The theory gained official status as part of broader efforts to elevate Turkish national identity and cultural prestige during the early Republic period. Supporters attempted to demonstrate connections by analyzing word similarities across distant language families. They claimed that English mother derived from Turkish ana, that Chinese ma originated from the same Turkish root, and that Latin mater represented another Turkish linguistic descendant. Every apparent similarity became evidence of Turkish linguistic supremacy, regardless of established historical relationships between languages. The theory required ignoring fundamental principles of historical linguistics, including established language family trees that demonstrate Indo-European, Sino-Tibetan, and other completely separate evolutionary paths. Researchers promoting these ideas dismissed archaeological evidence showing human language development across multiple continents simultaneously, instead insisting that Turkish speakers alone possessed the cognitive capacity for original speech creation. By the 1940s, even Turkish academic institutions quietly abandoned these claims as international linguistic scholarship exposed the numerous methodological problems and selective evidence interpretation that supported the hypothesis. Megalithic geometry is the study of precise mathematical relationships and geometric patterns allegedly encoded within ancient stone monuments across the globe. These massive structures, built from enormous stone blocks thousands of years ago, supposedly contain sophisticated mathematical knowledge that challenges our understanding of prehistoric civilizations. The Great Pyramid of Giza stands as the most famous example, where researchers claim to have discovered the mathematical constants pi and the golden ratio embedded in its dimensions and angles. Alexander Thom, a Scottish engineer, spent decades in the 20th century measuring stone circles across Britain and proposed the existence of a standardized unit called the megalithic yard, measuring approximately 2.72 feet. He argued that ancient builders used this precise measurement across hundreds of sites, suggesting a level of coordination and mathematical understanding previously thought impossible for the time period. The Stonehenge monument reportedly demonstrates complex astronomical alignments and geometric relationships. Some researchers claim its layout incorporates advanced trigonometry and that the positioning of its stones creates perfect triangles and circles when connected by invisible lines. Proponents of megalithic geometry point to sites like Newgrange in Ireland, where the entrance passage aligns perfectly with the winter solstice sunrise, and the Carnac stones in France, which allegedly form geometric patterns visible only from aerial view. The theory extends beyond individual monuments to encompass entire landscapes. John Michel popularized the idea that sacred sites across Britain are connected by straight lines called ley lines, forming a vast geometric network spanning hundreds of kilometers. Critics argue that many of these mathematical relationships result from selective measurement and the human tendency to find patterns where none exist. Vaimanika Shastra is a Sanskrit text that claims to reveal the lost technology of ancient Indian flying machines called vimanas. The document surfaced in the early 1900s when Pandit Subbaraya Shastri claimed to have received it through psychic dictation from the ancient sage Bharadvaja. The text doesn't just mention flying machines in passing. It provides detailed technical specifications for constructing aircraft, complete with diagrams showing propulsion systems, steering mechanisms, and defensive capabilities. According to the Vaimanika Shastra, these ancient pilots could make their craft invisible to enemies, listen in on conversations from great distances, and even take photographs of opposing aircraft. The document describes 8 different types of vimanas, each designed for specific purposes. The Shakuna Vimana could reach speeds that would make modern jets look sluggish, while the Sundara Vimana was supposedly designed for comfortable long-distance travel. The text goes into extraordinary detail about the materials needed, listing 32 different metals and alloys required for construction. What makes researchers scratch their heads is the level of technical detail. The Vaimanika Shastra describes complex metallurgical processes, electrical systems, and what appears to be radar technology. It mentions using mercury as a propulsion system and describes pilot training procedures that sound remarkably similar to modern aviation protocols. G.R. Josier published an English translation in 1973, bringing the text to international attention. However, aeronautical engineers who studied the designs concluded that the aircraft described would be aerodynamically impossible to fly. The Indian Institute of Science determined that the technical specifications, while impressive sounding, wouldn't actually produce functional aircraft. The timing of the text's appearance raises eyebrows among skeptics. It emerged during British colonial rule when Indians were developing a renewed interest in their technological heritage. Coincidentally, around the same time, the Wright brothers were making headlines with their flying machine. Autodynamics is a physics theory developed by Argentine engineer Ricardo Carrazzani starting in the 1940s that claims to replace Einstein's special relativity with something supposedly more accurate. Unlike Einstein's theory, where objects experience time dilation and length contraction as they approach light speed, Carrazzani argued that particles simply gain mass as they accelerate. The faster something moves, the heavier it becomes, while time and space remain unchanged. Carrazzani spent over 4 decades promoting this idea, publishing papers and books claiming his theory better explained particle accelerator data from places like Fermilab and CERN. He insisted that when physicists measured particles behaving strangely at high speeds, they were actually witnessing mass increase rather than relativistic effects. The theory makes specific predictions about particle collisions and decay rates that differ from standard physics. Carrazzani claimed his calculations could predict the exact masses of fundamental particles like muons and pions, something he said relativity couldn't do as precisely. What made autodynamics particularly persistent was Carrazzani's engineering background and his detailed mathematical framework. He didn't just reject relativity, he built an entire alternative system complete with equations and experimental interpretations. The physics community rejected autodynamics because it contradicts countless verified predictions of relativity, from GPS satellite corrections to particle accelerator results. Modern experiments routinely confirm Einstein's predictions to extraordinary precision, while autodynamics fails to account for observed phenomena like time dilation in atomic clocks. Carrazzani continued promoting his theory until his death in 2012, convinced that mainstream physics had overlooked a fundamental truth about the nature of matter and motion. Polywater is a supposed form of water with radically different properties than the liquid we drink every day. Soviet scientist Nikolai Fedyakin first reported creating this substance in 1961 when he noticed that water condensed in extremely thin glass capillaries behaved strangely. The water that formed in these narrow tubes, some just 15 to 100 nanometers wide, appeared thicker and more viscous than normal water. Fedyakin observed that this anomalous water had a higher boiling point, reaching temperatures of 150 to 500 degrees Celsius before turning to vapor. Even stranger, it froze at much lower temperatures, sometimes remaining liquid down to minus 40 degrees Celsius. Boris Derjagin, Fedyakin's colleague at the Institute of Physical Chemistry in Moscow, took over the research and expanded the claims. Derjagin reported that polywater had a density 15% higher than regular water and exhibited unusual optical properties. The substance appeared to have a different molecular structure entirely, with water molecules supposedly linked together in long polymer chains, rather than the typical loose associations found in ordinary water. Word of this discovery spread throughout the international scientific community in the late 1960s. American researchers began attempting to replicate the Soviet findings, with mixed results. Some laboratories reported success in creating small amounts of the mysterious substance, while others found nothing unusual about water in capillary tubes. The controversy reached fever pitch when concerns arose about polywater's potential for uncontrolled propagation. Scientists worried that if polywater could convert regular water into more polywater, it might trigger a chain reaction that could theoretically transform all water on Earth into this denser, more stable form. By 1973, the polywater phenomenon had been thoroughly debunked. Careful analysis revealed that the unusual properties resulted from contamination with silica from glass capillaries, along with various organic compounds and salts. The supposed polywater was simply regular water mixed with impurities that altered its behavior. Derjagin himself eventually acknowledged that the anomalous properties were due to contamination rather than a new form of water. Rain follows the plow is a 19th century theory, claiming that human agricultural activity could literally manufacture rainfall out of thin air. Settlers moving into the American Great Plains during the 1800s faced a serious problem: vast stretches of land that received far too little rain for traditional farming. Rather than accept this limitation, influential figures like Charles Dana Wilbur promoted the radical idea that the act of farming itself would solve the rainfall shortage. The theory suggested that breaking prairie sod with plows would release moisture into the atmosphere. Tree planting, they claimed, would attract rain clouds. Even the vibrations from railroad construction were said to shake precipitation from the sky. Wilbur's slogan became the rallying cry for westward expansion. Rain follows the plow, and the plow follows the railroad. Nebraska's state government officially endorsed this concept, printing pamphlets that promised settlers could transform desert into farmland simply by showing up and getting to work. Newspapers ran headlines declaring that rainfall had measurably increased in areas where farming had begun. The city of Goodland, Kansas even erected a monument celebrating how human settlement had supposedly boosted local precipitation by several inches per year. Scientific backing came from respected meteorologists who pointed to temporary wet cycles during the 1870s and 1880s as proof that cultivation was working. The theory gained such acceptance that land speculators used it to sell millions of acres across Kansas, Nebraska, and Colorado. The illusion shattered during the 1890s when severe droughts returned, destroying crops and forcing mass abandonment of homesteads. What settlers had mistaken for human-controlled weather was simply natural climate variation playing out over decades. Psychoanalysis is a therapeutic approach developed by Sigmund Freud in the late 1800s that claims to unlock the deepest secrets of human behavior through the exploration of unconscious desires and repressed memories. Freud believed that our minds operate like icebergs, with the conscious thoughts we're aware of representing only a tiny fraction floating above the surface, while the vast unconscious below drives most of our actions. The theory centers around several key concepts that sound more like mythology than medicine. The Oedipus complex suggests that young boys secretly desire their mothers and view their fathers as rivals, while girls experience penis envy and blame their mothers for their perceived inadequacy. Freud claimed that virtually everything could be traced back to sexual or aggressive impulses, including slips of the tongue, dreams, and even the way someone holds a cigarette. Dream interpretation became one of psychoanalysis's signature techniques, with Freud declaring dreams to be the royal road to the unconscious. According to his theory, every dream symbol carries hidden sexual meaning. A train entering a tunnel, climbing stairs, or even eating a banana supposedly reveals repressed desires that the conscious mind refuses to acknowledge. The therapeutic process itself can stretch on for years or even decades, with patients lying on a couch while analysts sit behind them, largely silent except for occasional interpretations. Critics point out that psychoanalytic theories are nearly impossible to test scientifically because they're designed to explain any outcome. If a patient agrees with an interpretation, it confirms the theory. If they disagree, that's just more evidence of their psychological resistance. Carl Jung, initially Freud's protege, eventually broke away to develop his own version involving collective unconscious and archetypal symbols shared across all humanity. Jacques Lacan later added even more abstract concepts involving language and symbolic structures that make the original theories seem straightforward by comparison. Modern neuroscience and psychology have moved far beyond psychoanalysis, with evidence-based therapies showing measurably better outcomes in controlled studies. Yet psychoanalytic ideas continue to influence popular culture, from Hollywood movies to self-help books, proving that some theories are simply too compelling to die, regardless of their scientific merit. Worlds in Collision is a 1950 book that claims Venus was once a massive comet ejected from Jupiter, wreaking havoc across the solar system before settling into its current orbit. Author Immanuel Velikovsky, a psychoanalyst turned cosmic theorist, argued that this rogue planet comet caused the biblical plagues of Egypt, parted the Red Sea, and made the sun stand still for Joshua's army. Velikovsky's central premise revolves around electromagnetic forces between planets being far stronger than gravity alone. He proposed that around 1500 BCE, Venus swung past Earth in a near collision that stopped our planet's rotation for an entire day, raining down petroleum and manna from heaven. The comet's tail supposedly created the pillar of fire that guided Moses through the desert. The theory doesn't stop there. Velikovsky claimed that around 700 BCE, Mars had its own close encounter with Earth after being knocked out of orbit by Venus. This Martian flyby allegedly caused the walls of Jericho to collapse, triggered massive earthquakes, and explained why ancient calendars show years of 360 days instead of 365. What made Velikovsky's work controversial was his method of synchronizing ancient texts from completely different cultures. He found flood myths in Babylonian tablets, fire from heaven stories in Hindu scriptures, and day-length anomalies in Chinese records, arguing they all described the same cosmic catastrophes from different perspectives. The book became a bestseller despite fierce opposition from astronomers and physicists who pointed out that electromagnetic forces between planets are negligible compared to gravity, and that such close encounters would have torn Earth's crust apart entirely. Velikovsky maintained that mainstream science ignored electromagnetic plasma physics in favor of purely gravitational models, making him an early voice in what would later become the electric universe theory. The lunar effect is the belief that the moon's phases, particularly the full moon, directly influence human behavior and biological processes. Emergency room staff, police officers, and psychiatric hospital workers have reported increased incidents of erratic behavior, violence, and mental health crises during full moon periods for decades. The concept gained scientific attention in the 1970s when psychiatrist Arnold Lieber published studies claiming lunar cycles correlated with increased homicides and psychiatric admissions in Miami and Cleveland. Lieber theorized that since the human body contains roughly 60% water, the moon's gravitational pull affects our internal tides just as it influences ocean tides. Hospital administrators have scheduled extra staff during full moon nights based on these beliefs. The term lunacy itself derives from the Latin word luna, reflecting centuries-old associations between moonlight and madness. Some nursing homes and psychiatric facilities still track patient behavior against lunar calendars, documenting sleep disturbances, agitation, and medication requests. The Transylvania effect, named after the legendary home of vampires, describes the statistical phenomenon where researchers claim to find correlations between lunar phases and unusual human activity. Studies from the 1980s and 1990s examined everything from birth rates to stock market fluctuations, searching for 29.5-day patterns matching the lunar cycle. Modern research has largely debunked these connections through meta-analyses of hundreds of studies, showing no consistent relationship between moon phases and human behavior. However, the belief persists so strongly that it continues influencing staffing decisions and public perception, creating a self-fulfilling prophecy where people expect strange behavior during full moons and therefore notice it more readily. Fingerprint analysis is built on an assumption that has never been scientifically proven, that every human fingerprint is completely unique. This fundamental claim underlies an entire forensic system that has sent thousands to prison, yet it remains unverified by rigorous scientific testing. The technique relies on human examiners visually comparing ridge patterns and declaring matches based on personal judgment, rather than standardized mathematical criteria. No two fingerprint analysts are required to find the same number of matching points to declare a positive identification. This subjective approach has led to spectacular failures. In 2004, Brandon Mayfield, an Oregon lawyer, was arrested as a suspect in the Madrid train bombings after the FBI declared his fingerprint a perfect match to evidence found at the scene. Spanish authorities later proved the print belonged to an Algerian national, forcing the FBI to admit their error. The Madrid case exposed how confirmation bias influences fingerprint examination. When analysts know details about a case, they become more likely to see matches that support the investigation's direction. Fingerprint analysis emerged in the late 1800s through the work of Francis Galton, who studied fingerprint patterns but never claimed they were unique. The uniqueness assumption developed gradually through law enforcement adoption, rather than scientific validation. Modern DNA analysis has overturned numerous convictions that relied heavily on fingerprint evidence. The Innocence Project has documented cases where fingerprint testimony contributed to wrongful convictions later reversed through genetic testing. Fingerprint evidence continues to be presented in courtrooms as infallible science. Many jurisdictions still allow analysts to testify with absolute certainty about matches, even though the underlying science cannot support such definitive claims. The persistence of fingerprint analysis as unquestioned forensic truth demonstrates how investigative techniques can become accepted as scientific fact without meeting the standards typically required for scientific validation. Vastu Shastra is an ancient Indian architectural system that claims to harmonize buildings with cosmic forces and natural energies. Practitioners believe that aligning structures according to specific directional principles can dramatically influence the health, wealth, and happiness of inhabitants. The system operates on the premise that every plot of land contains a sleeping cosmic being called Vastu Purusha, whose body parts correspond to different areas of a property. The head points northeast while the feet face southwest, and disturbing these zones incorrectly supposedly brings misfortune. Vastu consultants prescribe exact placements for every room based on cardinal directions. The kitchen must face southeast to honor Agni, the fire god. Bedrooms should occupy the southwest corner for stability. Toilets cannot be placed in the northeast, as this pollutes the most sacred direction. Water features belong in the north or northeast, while heavy furniture stays in the south and west. The practice involves precise measurements using ancient units called hastas, roughly 18 inches each. Doorways require specific proportions, and the number of steps leading to entrances must follow particular mathematical sequences. Some consultants charge thousands of dollars to evaluate properties and recommend costly renovations. Modern Vastu has adapted to include contemporary concerns like wireless routers, which some claim should face east, and air conditioning units, which allegedly disrupt energy flow if positioned incorrectly. Luxury hotels across India now employ Vastu architects, and real estate developers market Vastu-compliant apartments at premium prices. The system extends beyond mere placement to include color schemes, with yellow promoting prosperity in the northeast and red enhancing relationships in the southwest corner of bedrooms. Orgone is a proposed universal life energy that its creator claimed could cure diseases, control weather, and enhance human vitality through specially constructed accumulation devices. Wilhelm Reich, a psychoanalyst and former student of Sigmund Freud, developed this theory in the 1930s after observing what he believed were energy particles under a microscope. Reich claimed these blue glowing specks represented a fundamental force that permeated all living things and even empty space. Reich constructed wooden boxes lined with alternating layers of organic and metallic materials, calling them orgone accumulators. Users would sit inside these refrigerator-sized chambers for 30 minutes to several hours, supposedly absorbing concentrated life energy. Reich insisted these sessions could treat everything from cancer to impotence. The therapy attracted notable followers, including writer Saul Bellow and filmmaker Orson Welles. Reich established a research facility called Organon in rural Maine, where he conducted experiments attempting to influence weather patterns using what he termed cloudbuster devices. These activities drew federal attention when Reich began shipping orgone accumulators across state lines while making medical claims. The Food and Drug Administration obtained an injunction in 1954, declaring orgone energy non-existent and ordering all accumulators destroyed. Reich violated the court order and was sentenced to 2 years in federal prison, where he died in 1957. Federal agents burned his books and research materials, creating an unusual case of government book burning in modern America. Modern believers create orgonite devices using metal shavings, crystals, and resin, claiming these pyramids and pendants can neutralize electromagnetic radiation and improve spiritual well-being. Despite lacking scientific validation, these items remain popular in alternative healing communities. Cargo cult science is a term coined by physicist Richard Feynman in 1974 to describe research that looks scientific on the surface, but lacks the rigorous methodology that makes real science work. The name comes from actual cargo cults that emerged on Pacific Islands after World War II, where islanders built elaborate replica airstrips and control towers, hoping these imitations would magically bring back the cargo planes that had disappeared when military bases closed. Feynman noticed scientists doing something remarkably similar. They were following the external forms of scientific research, publishing papers, using technical language, and citing previous work, but missing the essential ingredient that separates real science from theatrical performance. These researchers weren't genuinely testing their ideas against reality, or honestly reporting results that contradicted their theories. The hallmarks of cargo cult science include cherry-picking data that supports predetermined conclusions while ignoring contradictory evidence, using impressive-sounding terminology to mask weak methodology, and conducting experiments designed to confirm rather than test hypotheses. Researchers might run studies with inadequate sample sizes, fail to use proper control groups, or manipulate statistical analysis until they get the results they want. Some of the most notorious examples emerged in fields like parapsychology, where researchers claimed to demonstrate telepathy and psychokinesis through laboratory experiments. These studies often featured elaborate protocols and sophisticated equipment, creating an appearance of scientific rigor. However, when independent researchers attempted to replicate the results under truly controlled conditions, the effects consistently vanished. The pharmaceutical industry has seen its share of cargo cult science, particularly in cases where companies suppressed negative trial results while promoting positive ones, creating a distorted picture of drug effectiveness and safety. What makes cargo cult science particularly insidious is its ability to fool both practitioners and the public. Unlike obvious pseudoscience, it operates within academic institutions, gets published in journals, and can influence policy decisions for years before its flaws become apparent. Aquatic ape theory is the controversial proposal that human ancestors spent a significant period evolving in aquatic or semi-aquatic environments, fundamentally shaping our modern physiology in ways that separate us from other primates. Marine biologist Alistair Hardy first suggested this idea in 1960, but it gained widespread attention through writer Elaine Morgan's series of books starting with The Descent of Woman in 1972. Morgan argued that mainstream evolutionary theory failed to explain several distinctly human characteristics that seemed oddly out of place for land-dwelling apes. The theory points to our upright walking posture, claiming that wading through water would naturally encourage bipedalism as early hominids sought food in shallow coastal areas. Our relative hairlessness compared to other primates supposedly mirrors that of aquatic mammals, while our layer of subcutaneous fat resembles the blubber found in seals and whales rather than the lean muscle of terrestrial apes. Supporters highlight our exceptional breath control and diving reflexes that activate when submerged, allowing humans to hold their breath far longer than expected for a land animal. They note our streamlined body shape, the positioning of our nostrils, and even our tendency to mate face-to-face as evidence of aquatic adaptation. The theory attempts to explain why humans cry salt tears, why we're drawn to water for recreation, and why human babies can swim before they can walk. Proponents argue that early hominids lived along Africa's expanding lake systems and coastlines between 6 and 8 million years ago, during a period when rising sea levels created extensive wetland environments. Despite decades of promotion, mainstream paleoanthropology remains skeptical. Critics point out the complete absence of transitional fossils showing aquatic adaptations, and note that most human features have well-established terrestrial evolutionary explanations. The theory's reliance on convergent evolution with marine mammals, they argue, cherry-picks similarities while ignoring fundamental differences in anatomy and behavior. Pataphysics is the self-proclaimed science of imaginary solutions, created by French playwright Alfred Jarry in 1896. This deliberately absurd academic discipline claims to study the laws governing exceptions and explore hypothetical universes. Jarry defined it as extending beyond metaphysics as far as metaphysics extends beyond physics. The entire field operates on systematic nonsense, creating elaborate theoretical frameworks for completely fictional phenomena. The College of Pataphysics, established in Paris in 1948, maintains the tradition with deadly serious scholarship applied to utterly ridiculous subjects. Members have included playwright Eugène Ionesco, writer Boris Vian, and dozens of other literary figures who embrace this intentional academic fraud. They publish genuine research papers with complex mathematical formulas, proving the existence of time machines, the weight of souls, and the proper classification of unicorns. The college issues official degrees, maintains a complex calendar system with 13 months, and conducts ceremonies with full academic regalia. Their Journal of Pataphysics features peer-reviewed articles on topics like the science of puns and the physics of Dr. Faustrol, Jerry's fictional character who travels through space in a sieve. What makes this particularly fascinating is the complete commitment to the performance. These aren't simple jokes, but fully developed alternative academic systems that mirror real university structures. The practitioners treat their imaginary research with the same rigor as legitimate scientists, creating an elaborate satire of academic pretension that has influenced surrealist and absurdist movements for over a century. The discipline continues today, with pataphysicians worldwide contributing to this ongoing experiment in systematic imagination disguised as scholarship. Time wave zero is a mathematical theory claiming that time itself follows a fractal pattern leading to an ultimate moment of infinite novelty. Psychonaut and philosopher Terence McKenna developed this concept in the 1970s, using the ancient Chinese divination system known as the I Ching. McKenna believed the 64 hexagrams of the I Ching contained a hidden mathematical code describing the ebb and flow of novelty throughout history. The I Ching consists of combinations of broken and unbroken lines that traditionally help predict future events, but McKenna saw something far more profound in these symbols. His Time Wave Zero software program mapped historical events onto a complex mathematical graph, showing periods when novelty increased rapidly and times when habit and routine dominated. According to McKenna's calculations, novelty accelerates exponentially as it approaches what he called the eschaton, or end point of time itself. The theory gained massive attention when McKenna calculated this ultimate moment would occur on December 21st, 2012, coinciding with interpretations of the Mayan calendar. This date became central to apocalyptic predictions and New Age speculation about consciousness evolution and dimensional shifts. McKenna's algorithm suggested that major historical events like the invention of agriculture, the Renaissance, and the atomic bomb all fit perfectly into his novelty wave pattern. He claimed the mathematical precision proved that time operates more like a recording than a river, with all moments existing simultaneously in higher dimensions. The software allowed users to input any date and receive a novelty reading, with high novelty periods supposedly correlating with breakthrough discoveries, wars, and cultural revolutions. Low novelty times represented stagnation and repetition in human affairs. When 2012 arrived without cosmic transformation, some followers simply recalculated new end dates while others abandoned the theory entirely. Glacial cosmology is a discredited cosmological concept that claimed ice was the basic substance of all cosmic processes, with ice moons, ice planets, and even the global ether determining the entire development of the universe. The theory emerged from the mind of Austrian engineer Hans Herbiger in 1894, not through rigorous scientific research, but through what he described as a divine vision. Herbiger received his cosmic revelation while observing the moon through a small telescope, suddenly convinced that its brightness and surface texture could only be explained if it were made entirely of ice. Shortly afterward, he experienced a prophetic dream where he floated through space watching a silvery pendulum swing longer and longer until it snapped, leading him to conclude that Newton had been fundamentally wrong about gravity. The theory positioned ice as the universal building block of existence. According to Herbiger's vision, the Milky Way itself was nothing more than a ring of ice crystals surrounding our solar system. While the solar system was born when a gigantic star crashed into another dead star filled with water, creating an explosion that scattered frozen water blocks throughout interstellar space. Herbiger claimed that space between stars wasn't empty, but filled with thin ice that gradually slowed down planetary movements. This cosmic friction caused Earth to capture multiple ice moons over millions of years, each eventually spiraling inward until they crashed into our planet, triggering global catastrophes. His followers linked these moon crashes to biblical floods and the destruction of Atlantis, using mythology as evidence for their cosmic ice timeline. By 1912, Herbiger had published his 790-page manifesto, Glacial Cosmogony, with amateur astronomer Philip Fauth. The theory gained massive public appeal through cosmotechnical societies that offered lectures attracting up to 1,200 people, complete with cosmic ice movies, radio programs, journals, and novels. The movement's popularity soared during the 1920s and 30s, particularly among Nazi supporters who embraced it as Aryan science in opposition to Jewish physics, like Einstein's theory of relativity. Believers proclaimed that our Nordic ancestors grew strong in ice and snow. Belief in the world ice is consequently the natural heritage of Nordic man, turning cosmic ice into a cornerstone of racial ideology. What made glacial cosmology particularly compelling was its ambitious scope. It promised to explain everything from meteor showers to mythological floods through a single, ice-based framework. Meteors were simply ice blocks falling to Earth, while sunspots formed when ice chunks vaporized in the sun, creating fine ice that coated the inner planets. Electrogravitics is the theoretical manipulation of gravitational forces through electromagnetic fields, promising everything from levitating vehicles to revolutionary spacecraft propulsion systems. The concept stems largely from the work of Thomas Townsend Brown, an American physicist who claimed to discover anti-gravity effects in the 1920s. Brown observed that when high voltage was applied to asymmetrical capacitors, they would move toward their positive electrode. He called this the Biefeld-Brown effect, named after himself and his mentor, Paul Alfred Biefeld. Brown's experiments involved charging capacitors to voltages ranging from 50,000 to 200,000 volts. The devices would allegedly produce thrust without any moving parts or expelled mass, seemingly defying Newton's third law of motion. In demonstrations, Brown suspended these charged capacitors on strings and watched them drift in circles around a central pole. The implications captured imaginations across military and aerospace circles. During the 1950s, Brown worked with companies like Banson Laboratories and claimed that major aerospace corporations were secretly developing electrogravitics technology. Reports surfaced of Project Winterhaven, an alleged classified program investigating electrogravitics for military applications. Martin Aircraft Company supposedly funded research into electrogravitics propulsion systems. Glenn Martin himself reportedly stated that by 1956, the United States would have nuclear-powered aircraft that combined atomic energy with electrogravitics principles. Aviation Week magazine published articles suggesting that electrogravitics research was happening at the highest levels of aerospace development. The technology promised aircraft that could hover silently, accelerate instantly in any direction, and reach enormous speeds without the crushing G-forces that limit conventional aircraft. These characteristics aligned perfectly with UFO sighting reports, leading some researchers to theorize that unidentified flying objects operated on electrogravitics principles. Modern physics explains the Biefeld-Brown effect through electrohydrodynamics rather than gravity manipulation. The movement results from charged particles in the surrounding air being accelerated by the electric field, creating thrust through conventional momentum transfer. The effect only works in the presence of a medium like air, unlike true anti-gravity, which would function in vacuum. Quantum mysticism is a collection of beliefs that attempts to bridge quantum physics with spiritual and metaphysical concepts. Followers claim that quantum mechanics proves consciousness directly shapes reality, that quantum entanglement explains telepathy and psychic phenomena, and that the observer effect in physics validates the power of positive thinking. The movement gained momentum in the 1970s and 80s when New Age authors began incorporating quantum terminology into their spiritual teachings. They latched onto concepts like superposition, where particles exist in multiple states simultaneously until observed, and wave function collapse, where quantum systems transition from probability to definite states during measurement. Deepak Chopra became one of the most prominent voices in this space, coining terms like quantum healing and claiming that consciousness operates at the quantum level to influence physical health. Rhonda Byrne's book, The Secret, popularized quantum manifestation, suggesting that focused thoughts can literally rearrange matter through quantum fields. These ideas typically misrepresent how quantum mechanics actually works. The quantum effects these authors reference occur at subatomic scales under extremely controlled conditions. At the macroscopic level where human consciousness operates, quantum decoherence makes these effects irrelevant. The observer effect, frequently cited as proof that consciousness affects reality, simply refers to the fact that measuring a quantum system requires interaction with it. The observer doesn't need to be conscious, just any measuring device or environmental interaction. Despite physicist Sean Carroll and others repeatedly debunking these connections, quantum mysticism persists because it offers scientific-sounding explanations for experiences that feel magical or meaningful. It allows people to feel that their thoughts have cosmic significance while maintaining a veneer of scientific credibility. Primal therapy is a psychological treatment that claims to cure neurosis by having patients scream out their deepest childhood traumas. Developed by psychologist Arthur Janoff in the 1970s, this approach operates on the belief that all mental illness stems from repressed pain experienced during birth and early childhood. The core theory suggests that when infants and young children experience trauma or unmet needs, they suppress these painful feelings to survive. According to Janoff, this creates what he called primal pain that gets locked away in the unconscious mind, eventually manifesting as various psychological and physical symptoms in adulthood. The therapeutic process involves patients lying on mats in dimly lit rooms, where they're encouraged to regress mentally to their earliest memories and release decades of stored anguish through intense screaming, crying, and convulsing. Sessions can last several hours, with therapists guiding patients to access increasingly deeper levels of buried trauma. Janoff claimed his method could cure everything from depression and anxiety to asthma and high blood pressure. He documented cases where patients allegedly experienced dramatic personality changes after just a few sessions of primal screaming. The therapeutic process involves patients lying on mats in dimly lit rooms, where they're encouraged to regress mentally to their earliest memories and release decades of stored anguish through intense screaming, crying, and convulsing. Sessions can last several hours, with therapists guiding patients to access increasingly deeper levels of buried trauma. Janoff claimed his method could cure everything from depression and anxiety to asthma and high blood pressure. He documented cases where patients allegedly experienced dramatic personality changes after just a few sessions of primal screaming. Parapsychology is the academic study of alleged psychic phenomena that mainstream science considers impossible. Researchers in white lab coats spend decades testing whether people can read minds, move objects with their thoughts, or glimpse the future. The field emerged in the 1880s when the Society for Psychical Research began investigating mediums and seances with scientific rigor. By the 1930s, Joseph Banks Rhine at Duke University was running controlled experiments, using specially designed cards with simple symbols. Rhine's laboratory tested thousands of subjects for extrasensory perception, or ESP. Participants would guess which of 5 symbols appeared on hidden cards, while researchers tracked their success rates. Some subjects consistently scored above chance, suggesting they possessed telepathic abilities. The Ganzfeld experiments represent parapsychology's most sophisticated research protocol. Subjects sit in soundproof rooms wearing halved ping-pong balls over their eyes, while white noise plays through headphones. This sensory deprivation supposedly enhances psychic reception. A sender in another room concentrates on randomly selected images, while the receiver describes any impressions that come to mind. Remote viewing studies funded by the Central Intelligence Agency during the Cold War trained psychic spies to gather intelligence on Soviet facilities. Viewers like Ingo Swann claimed they could project their consciousness to distant locations and sketch accurate details of secret military installations. Psychokinesis research examines whether mental intention can influence physical systems. Modern experiments use random number generators and detect tiny statistical deviations that suggest consciousness affects quantum processes. Dean Radin's laboratory at the Institute of Noetic Sciences continues this work, measuring how meditation practitioners might influence electronic equipment. The field faces constant criticism for irreproducible results and methodological flaws. Yet prestigious universities like Princeton operated parapsychology laboratories for decades, and peer-reviewed journals continue publishing positive findings that challenge our understanding of consciousness and reality. Pyramidology is the belief that the Great Pyramid of Giza contains encoded prophetic messages and divine mathematical principles hidden within its measurements and construction. This movement gained serious momentum in the 1800s when Scottish astronomer Charles Piazzi Smyth traveled to Egypt with measuring equipment, and became convinced that the pyramid's dimensions revealed biblical chronology. Smith claimed the pyramid was built using a sacred unit he called the pyramid inch, which supposedly differed from a standard inch by just a tiny fraction. According to Smith's calculations, each pyramid inch represented 1 year in biblical history. He mapped out elaborate timelines by measuring corridors and chambers, declaring that the ascending passage represented the age of the Jewish dispensation, while the Grand Gallery symbolized the Christian era. The theory expanded when followers began finding prophecies about major world events encoded in the pyramid's measurements. Some claimed the First World War was predicted by specific chamber dimensions, while others insisted they could calculate the exact date of Christ's second coming by measuring the King's Chamber. British Israelism merged with these ideas, with believers arguing that the pyramid was built under divine guidance as a stone witness to complement the Bible. They pointed to measurements that seemed to match the circumference of the Earth and astronomical constants, though these often required creative rounding. Edgar Cayce later added his own spin, claiming the pyramid contained records of Atlantean technology and would reveal its secrets when humanity was ready. Modern variations include claims about pyramid power for food preservation and meditation enhancement. The movement produced hundreds of books filled with elaborate mathematical charts, timeline calculations, and prophetic interpretations that somehow always seem to place major fulfillments just a few years in the future. Hollow Earth is the belief that our planet contains vast empty spaces beneath the surface, complete with their own ecosystems and possibly advanced civilizations living inside. The theory gained serious scientific consideration in the 1600s when astronomer Edmund Halley, the same man who discovered Halley's Comet, proposed that Earth consisted of multiple hollow spheres nested inside each other. Halley suggested these interior worlds had their own atmospheres and could even support life. John Cleves Sims Jr. took this further in 1818, declaring that Earth had openings at both poles measuring roughly 2,300 kilometers across. Sims was so convinced that he petitioned the United States government to fund an expedition to find these polar entrances. His lectures drew massive crowds, and he managed to convince enough people that Congress actually debated funding his expedition. The most persistent claims center on Admiral Richard Byrd's Antarctic expeditions in the 1940s. Believers insist Byrd discovered a green valley with lakes and vegetation beyond the South Pole, though his actual flight logs contain no such descriptions. Nazi Germany allegedly sent expeditions to Antarctica searching for hollow Earth entrances, hoping to establish underground bases or contact advanced subterranean civilizations. While the Nazis did conduct Antarctic research, the hollow Earth angle appears to be Cold War-era embellishment. Modern variations include the Agartha network, supposedly an ancient underground kingdom accessible through cave systems worldwide. Some believers claim these interior civilizations possess advanced technology and occasionally surface in flying saucers. The physics makes this impossible. A hollow planet would collapse under its own gravity, and seismic waves from earthquakes clearly show Earth's solid inner structure. But the appeal of hidden worlds beneath our feet continues to capture imaginations. Life forces are invisible energies that flow through all living beings, capable of healing illness, enhancing physical abilities, and connecting consciousness across vast distances. These mysterious currents have different names across cultures, but share remarkably similar properties. Traditional Chinese medicine calls it qi, pronounced qi, which practitioners claim flows through invisible pathways called meridians. Acupuncturists insert needles at specific points to redirect this energy, treating everything from chronic pain to infertility. The concept dates back over 2,000 years, yet modern science struggles to detect any measurable energy corresponding to QE. In India, the same force goes by prana, Sanskrit for life breath. Yoga masters spend decades learning to control prana through breathing techniques and meditation. Advanced practitioners supposedly achieve supernatural abilities called siddhis, including levitation, telepathy, and the power to survive without food or water for extended periods. Wilhelm Reich, a controversial Austrian psychoanalyst in the 1930s, claimed to discover what he called organy energy. Reich built special boxes lined with alternating layers of organic and metallic materials that allegedly concentrated this life force. He believed orgone could cure cancer, control weather patterns, and even power spacecraft. The Food and Drug Administration eventually banned Reich's orgone accumulators and burned his research books, though believers maintain this was suppression of revolutionary science. Kirlian photography emerged in the Soviet Union during the 1930s, capturing strange glowing auras around living objects using high-voltage electrical fields. Supporters claim these images reveal the biofield surrounding all life forms. The phantom leaf effect, where a severed portion of a leaf still appears to glow in Kirlian photographs, became popular evidence for an energy body that persists beyond physical matter. Modern energy healers use techniques like therapeutic touch and Reiki, claiming to manipulate these invisible forces without physical contact. Hospital studies have tested these methods with mixed results, though practitioners insist conventional instruments cannot detect the subtle energies they work with. The National Center for Complementary and Integrative Health has spent millions researching biofield therapies, seeking scientific validation for these ancient claims about invisible life energies. Mewing is a tongue posture technique that claims to reshape your entire facial structure through consistent pressure against the roof of your mouth. Developed by British orthodontist Dr. Mike Mew and his father Dr. John Mew, this practice involves flattening your tongue against your palate for hours each day, supposedly triggering bone remodeling that can widen your jaw, sharpen your cheekbones, and even correct breathing problems. The Mew family argues that modern soft diets have caused widespread facial deformities, making our jaws narrower and our faces longer than our ancestors. Their solution involves what they call orthotropics, a field that mainstream orthodontics largely rejects. Online communities have formed around dramatic before and after photos showing apparent facial transformations over months or years of dedicated mewing. These images often show users developing more defined jawlines, higher cheekbones, and straighter teeth alignment. Dr. Mike Mew was expelled from the British Orthodontic Society in 2019 for promoting unproven treatments and making misleading claims about conventional orthodontics. He maintains that traditional braces and extractions actually worsen facial development. The technique gained massive popularity on social media platforms, particularly among young men seeking to improve their facial aesthetics without surgery. Mewing tutorials and progress tracking became widespread, with some users reporting changes within months, while others saw no results after years of practice. Critics point out that many transformation photos could be explained by natural facial development, weight loss, different lighting, or camera angles rather than actual bone restructuring through tongue pressure. Dark Ages Didn't Happen is a radical historical revision claiming that roughly 300 years of medieval history were completely fabricated. This theory suggests that the period from around 600 to 900 CE simply never existed, and that we're actually living several centuries earlier than our calendars indicate. Russian mathematician Anatoly Fomenko developed the most comprehensive version of this idea, arguing that historical events were duplicated and stretched across different time periods to create the illusion of a longer timeline. According to his new chronology system, figures like Charlemagne and events like the rise of Islam are either fictional or misplaced copies of later historical occurrences. The theory points to what supporters call suspicious gaps in archaeological evidence from this period. They claim that carbon dating is fundamentally flawed and that astronomical calculations don't align with traditional historical dates. Fomenko analyzed thousands of historical texts and concluded that many supposed ancient civilizations were actually medieval inventions. German historian Herbert Illig proposed a similar but more focused version called the phantom time hypothesis. Illig specifically targets the years 614 to 911 CE, claiming that Holy Roman Emperor Otto III, Pope Sylvester II, and Byzantine Emperor Constantine VII conspired to fabricate 297 years of history. Their alleged motivation was to position themselves at the prestigious year 1000 CE. Supporters point to architectural inconsistencies, claiming that Romanesque buildings supposedly from the 800s show construction techniques that weren't developed until much later. They also highlight the scarcity of written records from this period, and argue that the sudden emergence of more detailed documentation after 1000 CE is evidence of when real history resumed. The theory extends beyond Europe, suggesting that similar chronological manipulations occurred in Chinese, Islamic, and other historical traditions, requiring a massive coordinated effort across unconnected civilizations. Conversion therapy is a collection of practices aimed at changing someone's sexual orientation or gender identity through psychological or spiritual interventions. These methods range from talk therapy sessions to more extreme techniques, including electroshock treatments, nausea-inducing drugs, and isolation practices. The American Psychological Association first condemned these approaches in 1975, stating there's no credible scientific evidence they work. The underlying premise assumes that non-heterosexual orientations and transgender identities are mental disorders that can be cured. This contradicts decades of research showing sexual orientation and gender identity as natural variations of human experience. Major medical organizations worldwide, including the World Health Organization, have rejected conversion therapy as both ineffective and harmful. Studies tracking participants reveal significantly higher rates of depression, anxiety, and self-removal attempts among those subjected to these practices. The Trevor Project's research found that exposure to conversion therapy doubles the likelihood of attempting self-removal among young people. Despite professional consensus against it, conversion therapy persists in religious communities and unlicensed counseling centers. Over 20 countries have banned the practice for minors, with several U.S. states following suit since California's pioneering legislation in 2012. The techniques themselves vary widely. Some practitioners use aversion therapy, pairing same-sex attraction with unpleasant stimuli. Others employ cognitive behavioral approaches, attempting to restructure thought patterns. Religious versions often incorporate prayer, fasting, and spiritual counseling. The persistence of conversion therapy highlights how deeply rooted beliefs can override scientific evidence, creating a thriving market for treatments that medical science has thoroughly debunked. Anti-vaccination beliefs are medical conspiracy theories claiming that vaccines cause more harm than the diseases they prevent. These ideas center around the notion that pharmaceutical companies, governments, and medical establishments deliberately hide dangerous side effects from the public. The modern movement gained significant momentum from a 1998 study by British doctor Andrew Wakefield, who claimed the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine caused autism in children. This research was later found to be fraudulent, and Wakefield lost his medical license, but the damage was already done. Believers focus on vaccine ingredients like thimerosal, a mercury-containing preservative, claiming it causes neurological damage. They point to aluminum adjuvants as toxic substances that accumulate in the brain. Some assert that vaccines overwhelm children's immune systems, leading to everything from allergies to developmental disorders. The movement fractured into different camps. Some reject all vaccines outright, while others support delayed vaccination schedules or refuse only certain shots. A subset believes vaccines contain microchips for government tracking, while others claim they alter human DNA. Social media amplified these beliefs exponentially during the 2010s. Facebook groups with names like Learn the Risk and Vaccine Choice Canada created echo chambers where parents shared stories of supposed vaccine injuries. Influential figures like Jenny McCarthy and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. became prominent voices spreading these ideas to mainstream audiences. The movement gained political dimensions when politicians began supporting vaccine choice legislation. This led to measles outbreaks in previously protected communities, particularly affecting areas with high rates of vaccine refusal, like Rockland County, New York, and Clark County, Washington. Eugenics is the discredited belief that human populations can be improved through selective breeding, much like livestock or crops. This movement gained traction in the early 1900s when scientists thought they could identify superior genetic traits and eliminate undesirable ones from society. The core premise rested on the assumption that complex human behaviors, intelligence, and social status were primarily determined by single genes that could be easily identified and controlled. Eugenic supporters claimed they could measure human worth through intelligence tests, physical examinations, and family histories. Francis Galton, Charles Darwin's cousin, coined the term in 1883 and established much of the theoretical framework. He believed that genius and talent ran in families and could be enhanced through careful breeding programs. The movement reached its peak in the early 20th century when over 30 countries implemented eugenic policies. The United States performed approximately 60,000 forced sterilizations between 1907 and 1963, targeting individuals deemed mentally deficient, criminal, or otherwise unfit. Germany's eugenic program became the most extreme example, initially sterilizing hundreds of thousands before escalating into systematic elimination programs during World War II. Modern genetics has thoroughly dismantled eugenic assumptions. Human traits emerge from complex interactions between thousands of genes and environmental factors, making the eugenic model of simple inheritance completely inaccurate. Intelligence, personality, and behavior cannot be reduced to single genetic factors that can be selectively bred in or out of populations. The movement also confused correlation with causation, mistaking poverty and lack of education for genetic inferiority. What eugenicists interpreted as inherited defects were often the results of social inequality, malnutrition, and limited opportunities. Contemporary genetic research reveals far more diversity within racial groups than between them, completely undermining eugenic claims about racial hierarchies and biological superiority. Climate change denial is a coordinated effort to cast doubt on the scientific consensus that human activities are driving global warming. The movement gained momentum in the 1990s when fossil fuel companies realized that climate science posed a direct threat to their business model. The strategy borrowed heavily from tobacco industry playbook techniques developed decades earlier. Internal documents from ExxonMobil revealed that their own scientists confirmed human-caused climate change as early as 1977, yet the company publicly funded doubt campaigns for the next 30 years. Key organizations like the Heartland Institute and the Global Warming Policy Foundation became central hubs for spreading alternative explanations. These groups promoted theories that solar variations, cosmic rays, or natural climate cycles were the real drivers of temperature changes. The Oregon Petition became one of their most cited pieces of evidence. This document claimed to have 31,000 scientists' signatures rejecting human-caused warming. However, investigations revealed that the vast majority of signers had no climate science expertise, and the petition included fictional characters and deceased individuals. ClimateGate represented their biggest publicity victory. In 2009, hackers released thousands of emails from climate researchers at the University of East Anglia. Cherry-picked phrases like, "hide the decline," were presented as evidence of scientific fraud, though multiple investigations found no evidence of data manipulation. The movement also promoted specific contrarian scientists like Willie Soon, who received over $1.2 million from fossil fuel companies while publishing papers questioning mainstream climate science. Richard Lindzen from MIT became another prominent voice, arguing that climate sensitivity to carbon dioxide was much lower than consensus estimates. Carbon dioxide fertilization became a popular talking point, claiming that higher atmospheric carbon dioxide levels would boost plant growth and benefit agriculture. This ignored the negative effects of heat stress, changing precipitation patterns, and increased pest activity that accompany warming. Medieval warm period comparisons attempted to show that current warming was not unprecedented. These arguments relied on regional temperature records from Europe and ignored global temperature reconstructions showing current warming far exceeds medieval levels. The movement successfully delayed climate action for decades by manufacturing the appearance of scientific debate where none existed among actual climate experts. Social Darwinism is a collection of ideologies that twisted Charles Darwin's theory of evolution to justify social inequality and harsh economic policies. The concept emerged in the late 1800s when philosophers like Herbert Spencer began applying evolutionary principles to human society. Spencer actually coined the phrase survival of the fittest before Darwin ever used it, but the damage was done. The core claim suggests that just as animals compete for resources in nature, humans should compete in society without interference. Wealthy individuals and powerful nations supposedly earned their positions through superior traits, while poverty and weakness indicated genetic inferiority. This thinking provided convenient scientific cover for brutal policies. Business leaders used social Darwinism to oppose worker protections, arguing that harsh conditions would naturally eliminate the weak and strengthen society. Colonial powers justified conquering other nations by claiming evolutionary superiority over indigenous populations. The movement reached its peak during the Gilded Age, when industrialists like Andrew Carnegie embraced these ideas to defend extreme wealth inequality. Carnegie wrote extensively about how millionaires represented the evolutionary pinnacle of human development. Social Darwinists also promoted selective breeding programs, claiming society should encourage reproduction among the fit, while preventing it among the unfit. These ideas directly influenced legislation restricting immigration and marriage rights for certain groups. The irony runs deep here. Darwin himself never advocated applying natural selection to human social structures. His work focused on biological adaptation over millions of years, not justifying who deserves wealth or political power. Modern evolutionary biologists have thoroughly debunked social Darwinist claims, showing that cooperation and mutual aid play crucial roles in human survival and development. Christian Science is a religious movement that rejects conventional medicine in favor of spiritual healing through prayer alone. Founded by Mary Baker Eddy in 1879, this system claims that illness, disease, and even death are merely illusions created by incorrect thinking. Eddy developed her teachings after what she described as a miraculous recovery from a severe injury in 1866. She published her core text, Science and Health with Key to the Scriptures, in 1875, which Christian scientists study alongside the Bible. The book presents a metaphysical system where matter itself is considered unreal, and only mind or spirit truly exists. Christian Science practitioners, who undergo specific training but hold no medical degrees, perform healing sessions through prayer rather than any physical treatment. These practitioners charge fees for their services and are listed in the Christian Science Journal, much like medical professionals in a directory. The movement operates reading rooms in cities worldwide where people can study Eddy's writings and other church literature. These spaces serve as both libraries and informal recruitment centers for the faith. Perhaps most notably, Christian Science publishes the Christian Science Monitor, a respected international newspaper founded in 1908 that maintains editorial independence from the Church's more controversial healing doctrines. The Church's monthly and weekly publications regularly feature testimonies from members claiming healings from conditions ranging from broken bones to cancer through prayer alone. These accounts, while meaningful to believers, lack the medical documentation that would satisfy scientific standards. Legal controversies have emerged when Christian Science parents choose prayer over medical treatment for seriously ill children, leading to court cases in multiple states throughout the 1980s and 1990s. Physiognomy is the practice of determining someone's character, personality, and even criminal tendencies by analyzing their facial features and head shape. This pseudoscience reached its peak during the 1800s when respected scholars genuinely believed they could spot a murderer just by looking at their jawline or predict intelligence based on forehead size. The most influential figure was Johann Caspar Lavater, an 18th century Swiss pastor who published detailed guides featuring hundreds of profile drawings. Lavater claimed that a receding chin indicated weakness, while a prominent nose suggested strong leadership qualities. He even insisted that people with thin lips were naturally deceptive. Franz Joseph Gall took things further with his related field of phrenology, mapping out specific brain regions that supposedly controlled different traits. Gall argued that skull bumps revealed everything from your capacity for love to your likelihood of becoming a thief. Law enforcement agencies across Europe and America embraced these techniques. Police departments kept detailed records of facial measurements, convinced they could identify repeat offenders by their bone structure alone. The Bertillon system, developed by French criminologist Alphonse Bertillon, combined physiognomy with precise body measurements to create criminal profiles. Victorian society became obsessed with reading faces. Popular magazines published guides teaching readers how to identify honest servants or trustworthy business partners based on ear shape and eye spacing. Parents consulted physiognomy experts before arranging marriages for their children. Turboslavism is a Polish nationalist movement that claims a massive Slavic empire once dominated most of Europe and parts of Asia for over 70,000 years. This supposed superstate, known as the Lakhite Empire or Great Lechia, allegedly stretched from the Rhine River all the way to the Ural Mountains, and from the Baltic Sea down to the Adriatic and Black Seas. The timeline these theorists propose is staggering. They claim this Slavic civilization emerged around 70,000 BCE and maintained its dominance until roughly 200 CE, making it one of the longest-lasting empires in their version of history. During this period, the Lakhite Empire supposedly stood as a major rival to Rome itself. The movement gained serious traction around 2014 when Polish bloggers began spreading these ideas online. By 2015, respected Polish publisher Bologna released Slavic Kings of Lechia by Janusz Biesk, lending an air of legitimacy to what had previously been internet speculation. Biesk and his followers base their claims on a document called the Chronicle of Prokosh, which they present as authentic historical evidence. This chronicle allegedly details the rise and fall of the great Slavic state, complete with genealogies of Lakhite rulers and accounts of their battles against Roman forces. The story takes a dramatic turn with Mieszko I in 966 CE. According to Turboslavs, this naive ruler converted to Roman Christianity and submitted his empire to the Holy Roman Empire, essentially handing control to the Germans. They claim this single decision led to the systematic destruction and erasure of Lakhite history from all records. The conspiracy deepens with accusations that Germans, Catholics, and Jewish historians have spent over 1,000 years deliberately hiding evidence of this empire's existence. Turboslavs argue that mainstream history books are essentially German propaganda designed to keep Poles ignorant of their glorious past. The movement blends traditional pseudo-history with modern conspiracy theories and even ancient astronaut concepts. Some versions include extraterrestrial visitors who supposedly helped establish Slavic civilization, giving it a technological edge over contemporary societies. Turboslavs reject Orthodox Christianity as acceptable since they view it as representing authentic Slavic spirituality, while condemning Roman Catholicism as a foreign corruption imposed by Germanic powers. This creates an unusual religious dynamic in predominantly Catholic Poland. The archaeological evidence they cite typically involves reinterpreting existing Slavic sites as remnants of this vast empire, while dismissing carbon dating and other scientific methods as part of the ongoing conspiracy to suppress Slavic history. DNA studies and genetic research get pulled into their narrative as well, with selective interpretation of data to support claims about ancient Slavic populations and their territorial reach. Blood type personalities is a belief system claiming that your ABO blood type determines your fundamental personality traits, romantic compatibility, and even career potential. This concept suggests that the same biological marker used for medical transfusions secretly governs whether you're outgoing or introverted, logical or emotional. The theory assigns distinct characteristics to each blood type. Type A individuals supposedly possess meticulous, anxious, and cooperative personalities, making them ideal accountants or researchers. Type B people are described as creative, selfish, and unpredictable. Natural artists, but unreliable partners. Type AB individuals allegedly combine traits from both, creating complex personalities that can adapt to different situations, but struggle with decision-making. Type O people are labeled as confident, competitive, and natural leaders, though critics might call them arrogant and insensitive. In Japan, this concept reaches far beyond casual conversation. Some companies have used blood type screening during hiring processes, believing Type A candidates work better in teams, while Type O individuals excel in leadership roles. Dating websites prominently feature blood type compatibility charts, and convenience stores stock specialized products marketed specifically to each blood type's supposed preferences. The modern version traces back to Japanese journalist Masahiko Nomi, who popularized these ideas in the 1970s through best-selling books that sold millions of copies. His work built upon earlier theories from the 1920s, when Japanese researchers attempted to link blood types to national character traits. Despite zero scientific evidence supporting personality blood type connections, surveys show over 60% of Japanese women believe in these correlations. The appeal lies in its simplicity. A single blood test apparently reveals your entire psychological profile, relationship prospects, and optimal life path. Breatharianism is the belief that humans can survive indefinitely without food or water, instead drawing sustenance from air, sunlight, and what followers call prana or cosmic energy. Breatharians claim the human body can be sustained entirely through breathing techniques and exposure to light, making traditional nutrition unnecessary. The most vocal advocate, Jasmuheen, born Ellen Greve, has promoted this lifestyle since the 1990s, claiming to have lived without food for years while maintaining perfect health. The practice typically involves a gradual transition where followers first eliminate solid foods, then liquids, until they reach a state of complete abstinence from all physical nourishment. Breatharians describe feeling more energetic and spiritually connected during this process, attributing their survival to absorbing cosmic particles through specialized breathing methods. Several documented attempts to prove breatharianism have ended in hospitalization. In 1999, Australian television monitored Jasmuheen during a controlled test, but the experiment was halted after 4 days when she showed signs of severe dehydration and stress. Despite this, she maintained that electromagnetic pollution from the hotel was interfering with her ability to absorb nutrients from air. Other breatharian teachers have emerged over the decades, each claiming to have unlocked the secret to living without physical sustenance. Some incorporate elements of yoga and meditation, while others focus purely on light absorption techniques they call solar gazing. The medical community remains unanimous that prolonged food and water deprivation leads to organ failure and death, typically within days to weeks depending on individual health and environmental factors. Evolutionary psychology is a field that claims nearly every aspect of human behavior can be traced back to our ancestors' survival strategies on the African savanna. From why men supposedly prefer younger women to why people fear snakes more than cars, evolutionary psychologists argue our Stone Age brains are running 21st century software. The field gained massive popularity in the 1990s when researchers like David Buss and Steven Pinker began publishing best-selling books that explained modern dating, workplace dynamics, and even shopping habits through the lens of hunter-gatherer survival. According to these theories, men evolved to spread their genes widely, while women evolved to be choosy about mates who could provide resources. But the controversial claims go much deeper. Some evolutionary psychologists argue that rape exists as a reproductive strategy, that step-parents are naturally inclined to harm stepchildren, and that certain ethnic groups evolved different cognitive abilities based on their ancestral environments. These ideas have been used to justify everything from workplace discrimination to military intervention. The methodology often relies on what critics call just-so stories. Researchers observe a modern behavior, imagine how it might have helped our ancestors survive, then present this speculation as scientific fact. The classic example involves explaining why people find landscapes with trees and water appealing by claiming our ancestors needed to find watering holes. David Barash and Judith Lipton have documented how evolutionary psychologists frequently ignore contradictory evidence from anthropology and biology. Many of the behaviors claimed to be universal actually vary dramatically across cultures, and our understanding of prehistoric life comes largely from speculation rather than hard evidence. The field has produced studies claiming everything from political preferences to religious beliefs can be explained by evolutionary adaptations, often with sample sizes too small to draw meaningful conclusions. Racialism is the belief that human populations can be divided into distinct biological races with inherent differences in intelligence, behavior, and other traits. This theory gained significant traction during the 1800s and early 1900s when scientists attempted to create hierarchical classifications of human groups. The practice centered around measuring physical characteristics to determine supposed intellectual capabilities. Craniometry, developed by researchers like Samuel Morton, involved measuring skull sizes to rank different populations. Morton's collection of over 1,000 skulls was used to argue that cranial capacity directly correlated with intelligence levels. Franz Joseph Gall's phrenology contributed another layer, claiming that skull shape revealed personality traits and mental abilities. These measurements were often manipulated to support predetermined conclusions about racial superiority. The field produced elaborate classification systems dividing humans into 3 to 7 major races, each with dozens of supposed subdivisions. Carl Linnaeus originally proposed 4 human varieties, while Georges Cuvier expanded this to 3 main groups. Later researchers like Arthur de Gobineau created even more complex hierarchies. Intelligence testing became another cornerstone when researchers like Henry Goddard administered early IQ tests to immigrants at Ellis Island. These tests, given in English to non-English speakers, were used to justify immigration restrictions and sterilization programs. Modern genetics has completely undermined racialist foundations. DNA analysis reveals that genetic variation within any supposed racial group exceeds variation between groups. The Human Genome Project demonstrated that race explains less than 0.1% of human genetic diversity. Contemporary population genetics shows that human migration patterns created gradual genetic gradients, rather than discrete boundaries. What we perceive as racial differences represent recent adaptations to local environments, not fundamental biological divisions. Phrenology is the practice of reading personality traits and mental abilities by examining the bumps and shape of a person's skull. Franz Joseph Gall developed this system in the late 1700s, believing that different areas of the brain controlled specific characteristics like combativeness, amativeness, or mathematical ability. Practitioners would run their hands over a client's head, feeling for prominent bumps or indentations that supposedly revealed everything from criminal tendencies to romantic compatibility. Gall mapped out 27 distinct brain regions, each governing a different human faculty. A large bump above the ear might indicate destructiveness, while a pronounced area at the back of the head suggested strong parental instincts. The technique gained massive popularity throughout the 1800s. Employers used phrenological readings to screen job candidates. Parents brought their children for skull examinations to determine their ideal career paths. Some prisons employed phrenologists to assess the criminal potential of inmates. The Fowler brothers, Orson and Lorenzo, turned phrenology into a commercial empire across America. They published charts, conducted public demonstrations, and trained thousands of practitioners. Their New York office examined over 200,000 heads during the mid-1800s. Criminal courts occasionally accepted phrenological evidence as testimony. The infamous case of John Hendrickson in 1849 saw defense lawyers argue that skull measurements proved their client lacked the brain development necessary for premeditated murder. Modern neuroscience has thoroughly debunked phrenological claims, yet certified practitioners still operate today. Some alternative health centers offer skull readings alongside other diagnostic services, maintaining that Gall's original insights contained kernels of truth about brain localization. Holocaust denialism is the belief that the mass extermination of Jewish people and other targeted groups during World War II either did not happen as documented or was greatly exaggerated. This view often relies on claims that gas chambers did not exist, that the number of victims was inflated, or that there was no official Nazi plan for extermination. Most versions of the theory argue that the Holocaust was a post-war fabrication, created to justify the existence of Israel or to demonize Germany. Supporters of this theory often point to disputed documents, selective testimonies, or minor inconsistencies in historical records. They sometimes cite the lack of direct video footage from inside extermination camps as evidence, while ignoring the overwhelming amount of documentation, eyewitness testimony, physical evidence, and Nazi records. A common tactic involves attacking specific survivor stories as unreliable, then using those isolated disputes to cast doubt on the entire historical narrative. Others focus on technical arguments, such as questioning how the crematoria could have handled the volume of deaths reported. The most widely circulated materials supporting Holocaust denial were published in the 1970s and 1980s. These included pamphlets like Did 6 Million Really Die? And books by authors such as Arthur Butz and Robert Faurisson. Many of these publications were funded or supported by neo-nationalist groups or individuals with political motives. In 1988, the controversial Leuchter report claimed that gas chamber residues were not present at Auschwitz. The report was later debunked by multiple forensic investigations, but it remained a core piece of rhetoric in denialist circles for years. Holocaust denial is illegal in several countries including Germany, Austria, and France. It is often classified as a form of hate speech, not simply historical revisionism. Despite being thoroughly debunked by scholars, archivists, and forensic experts, Holocaust denial continues to circulate online, often repackaged under the label of alternative history or independent research. Autistic enterocolitis is a discredited medical condition that claimed autistic children suffered from a specific type of chronic intestinal inflammation linked to their neurological symptoms. This theory proposed that the gut problems weren't just coincidental, but were actually connected to the development of autism itself. The concept emerged from Andrew Wakefield's infamous 1998 study published in The Lancet, which suggested that the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine caused both autism and this mysterious gut condition in 12 children. Wakefield coined the term autistic enterocolitis to describe what he claimed were unique inflammatory patterns in the intestines of autistic children. According to this theory, the vaccine virus supposedly traveled to the intestines, caused chronic inflammation, and somehow this gut damage then led to autism. Wakefield proposed that treating the intestinal problems could potentially reverse autistic symptoms, leading desperate parents to pursue expensive and often harmful gut treatments for their children. The entire foundation crumbled when investigators discovered Wakefield had fabricated data, failed to disclose financial conflicts of interest, and conducted unethical experiments on children. The Lancet retracted the study in 2010, and Wakefield lost his medical license. Multiple large-scale studies involving millions of children found no link between vaccines and autism. Despite overwhelming scientific evidence against it, autistic enterocolitis persists in certain alternative medicine circles. Some practitioners still promote expensive gut healing protocols, special diets, and controversial treatments, claiming to address this non-existent condition. The real tragedy lies in the measles outbreaks that followed declining vaccination rates, proving that even debunked pseudoscience can have deadly real-world consequences. COVID-19 disinformation is a global phenomenon that emerged alongside the pandemic itself, creating what health officials termed an infodemic of false and misleading information. The disinformation campaigns ranged from claims linking 5G cellular networks to virus transmission, to assertions that the virus was engineered in a laboratory with malicious intent, to promotion of unproven treatments like bleach injections and livestock dewormers. Social media platforms became amplification chambers for these theories, with algorithms designed to maximize engagement inadvertently promoting sensational false claims over accurate health information. Notable figures like Alex Jones and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. gained massive followings by questioning vaccine safety and promoting alternative treatments, while some physicians lost their medical licenses for spreading dangerous misinformation to patients. The economic incentives behind disinformation became apparent as supplement companies and alternative medicine practitioners saw massive profits from selling unproven COVID treatments, with some individuals making millions of dollars from selling fake cures. State actors also participated in disinformation campaigns, with intelligence agencies documenting efforts by foreign governments to amplify division and distrust in Western healthcare systems through coordinated social media manipulation. The real-world consequences included people refusing vaccines, taking dangerous self-medication, and overwhelming hospital emergency rooms with preventable cases. Some individuals who initially promoted COVID conspiracy theories later publicly recanted after experiencing severe illness themselves. The phenomenon highlighted how quickly false information could spread in the digital age, with debunked claims often receiving more engagement and shares than factual reporting from established medical institutions. Attachment therapy is a collection of controversial treatment methods claiming to repair damaged emotional bonds between children and their caregivers. These techniques emerged in the 1970s and 80s, targeting children who had experienced trauma, abuse, or multiple foster placements. The therapy operates on a distorted interpretation of legitimate attachment theory, which studies how children form emotional connections with caregivers. However, attachment therapy takes this concept to dangerous extremes, employing physically and emotionally aggressive techniques that mainstream psychology has repeatedly condemned. Practitioners use methods like holding therapy, where children are physically restrained for hours, while therapists and parents engage in confrontational verbal exchanges. Another technique called rebirthing therapy involves wrapping children in blankets and forcing them to struggle free, supposedly recreating the birth experience to establish new emotional bonds. The most notorious case occurred in Colorado in 2000, when 10-year-old Candace Newmaker lost her life during a rebirthing session. She was wrapped in flannel sheets and surrounded by pillows, while 4 adults pressed down on her for over an hour. Despite her pleas that she could not breathe, the session continued until she became unresponsive. These therapies lack scientific validation and contradict established principles of child development. No peer-reviewed research supports their effectiveness, and multiple professional organizations have issued warnings against their use. The techniques often traumatize children further rather than healing existing wounds. Attachment therapy persists in certain circles despite overwhelming evidence of its dangers, marketed to desperate parents seeking solutions for challenging behavioral issues. The promise of quick fixes for complex trauma appeals to families struggling with adopted children or those with severe behavioral problems. The practice highlights how legitimate psychological concepts can be corrupted and weaponized, creating harmful pseudosciences that prey on vulnerable populations under the guise of revolutionary treatment methods. Sluggish schizophrenia was a psychiatric diagnosis that turned political dissent into mental illness within the Soviet Union. This condition supposedly manifested without the typical symptoms of schizophrenia, like hallucinations or delusions, instead presenting as an obsession with truth and justice that Soviet psychiatrists deemed pathological. The diagnosis emerged in the 1950s under psychiatrist Andrei Snezhnevsky, who expanded the definition of schizophrenia far beyond Western standards. According to this framework, patients could suffer from schizophrenia while appearing completely normal to outside observers. The key symptoms included what doctors called delusions of reform and an unhealthy preoccupation with abstract concepts like human rights. Soviet psychiatric hospitals began diagnosing citizens who criticized the government, wrote unauthorized literature, or attempted to emigrate. The condition was particularly convenient because it required no obvious signs of mental distress. A person could hold down a job, maintain relationships, and function normally in society, while still being classified as severely mentally ill. Political prisoners like Vladimir Bukovsky and Leonid Plyush found themselves committed to psychiatric institutions rather than traditional prisons. Treatment involved powerful antipsychotic medications that caused tremors, cognitive impairment, and other debilitating side effects. The goal was not healing, but rather breaking down resistance to Soviet authority. International psychiatric organizations eventually condemned these practices after detailed testimonies from former patients reached the West. The diagnosis quietly disappeared following the collapse of the Soviet Union, leaving behind a stark reminder of how medical authority can be weaponized against inconvenient voices. Alpha Beta Sigma astrology is a modern pseudo-scientific system that merges internet social hierarchy classifications with traditional zodiacal interpretations. This approach claims that your birth chart doesn't just influence your personality, but directly determines your position in the supposed male social dominance structure. The concept builds on internet terminology that categorizes men into alphas, natural leaders who command respect, betas, followers who defer to authority, and sigmas, lone wolves who operate outside traditional hierarchies. Practitioners of this astrological variant insist that specific planetary placements at birth lock you into one of these social categories for life. According to these interpretations, fire signs like Aries and Leo automatically produce alpha personalities due to Mars and Sun influences, while earth signs supposedly create beta tendencies through their connection to stability and routine. Air signs get labeled as potential sigmas because of their detached intellectual nature, particularly Aquarius, with its rebellious Uranus rulership. The system gained traction on social media platforms during the 2010s, where astrology enthusiasts began creating detailed charts correlating moon phases, rising signs, and planetary aspects with social dominance patterns. Some versions even incorporate asteroid placements and obscure mathematical points to determine someone's exact position on the hierarchy scale. Proponents claim that understanding your astrological hierarchy placement explains everything from career success to romantic relationships. They've developed complex scoring systems that assign numerical values to different planetary positions, with some practitioners charging hundreds of dollars for personalized hierarchy readings that promise to unlock your true social potential. Unilineal evolution is a 19th century anthropological theory that claimed all human societies develop through identical stages of progress. According to this framework, every culture would inevitably advance from primitive savagery through barbarism to reach the pinnacle of civilization. Lewis Henry Morgan, an American anthropologist, popularized this concept in the 1870s with his book, Ancient Society. Morgan divided human development into 7 distinct stages, starting with lower savagery characterized by fruit gathering, and ending with civilization marked by alphabetic writing and advanced technology. Edward Tyler, a British anthropologist, supported similar ideas and coined the modern definition of culture itself. These scholars genuinely believed they had discovered universal laws governing human social development, much like how physicists had uncovered principles of motion and gravity. The theory suggested that contemporary European and American societies represented the highest form of human achievement, while indigenous peoples around the world were simply stuck at earlier evolutionary stages. Morgan used examples like the Iroquois Confederacy to illustrate his middle stages, while pointing to ancient Greece and Rome as examples of emerging civilization. This framework became deeply embedded in colonial policy and missionary work. Government officials and religious leaders used unilineal evolution to justify intervention in indigenous communities, arguing they were helping these societies skip ahead in their natural development process. The theory also influenced early museum displays and world's fairs, where organizers arranged cultural artifacts to show this supposed progression from simple stone tools to complex machinery. Visitors could literally walk through human evolution as Morgan and Tyler imagined it. Modern anthropology has thoroughly rejected unilineal evolution, recognizing that cultures develop along multiple pathways without any predetermined hierarchy. The theory's assumption that complexity equals superiority has been replaced by understanding that different societies adapt to their specific environments and circumstances in equally valid ways. Exorcism is the ritualistic practice of expelling supernatural entities from possessed individuals through religious ceremonies, prayers, and sacred objects. This ancient procedure involves trained clergy performing elaborate rituals that can last anywhere from hours to multiple days, often including holy water, crucifixes, and specific incantations designed to force demonic spirits to leave their human hosts. The most documented case occurred in 1949, when a 14-year-old boy in Maryland experienced unexplained phenomena, including furniture moving on its own, scratches appearing on his skin, and speaking in languages he had never learned. Father William Bodern performed over 30 sessions spanning several months, with multiple witnesses including other priests and medical professionals recording temperature drops, physical levitation, and the boy speaking in what appeared to be ancient Latin. The Catholic Church maintains an official training program for exorcists, requiring priests to complete specialized courses in Rome before receiving authorization to perform the ritual. Father Gabriele Amorth, who served as the Vatican's chief exorcist until his death, claimed to have performed over 100,000 exorcisms during his career, and insisted that genuine possession cases involve supernatural strength, knowledge of hidden information, and aversion to sacred objects. Different religious traditions approach demonic expulsion through varying methods. Islamic practitioners recite specific verses from the Quran, while Orthodox Christian ceremonies incorporate elaborate iconography and incense burning. Hindu traditions focus on mantras and sacred fire ceremonies, while some Protestant denominations emphasize group prayer and fasting. Modern psychiatrists and neurologists attribute alleged possession symptoms to dissociative identity disorder, temporal lobe epilepsy, or severe psychological trauma. However, even skeptical medical professionals acknowledge cases where patients display knowledge or abilities that seem impossible to explain through conventional means. Particularly when individuals speak in ancient languages they have never encountered or demonstrate detailed knowledge of obscure religious texts. The procedure itself typically begins with extensive investigation to rule out mental illness, followed by preliminary prayers and blessings. The actual exorcism involves the possessed individual being restrained, while clergy recite specific prayers, often in Latin, demanding the entity reveal its name and leave the host body. Witnesses frequently report supernatural phenomena including levitation, superhuman strength, and voices speaking from the possessed person that sound completely different from their normal speech patterns. Rapid onset gender dysphoria is a proposed condition suggesting that some adolescents, particularly teenage girls, suddenly develop gender dysphoria without prior childhood signs. The concept emerged from a single 2018 study by researcher Lisa Littman, who surveyed parents on online forums who reported their children had unexpectedly announced transgender identities during adolescence. Littman theorized this represented a distinct phenomenon separate from traditional gender dysphoria, potentially influenced by peer pressure and social media exposure. The study claimed to identify patterns where teens would announce their transgender identity after spending time in online communities, or after friends came out as transgender. Parents in the survey reported their children had shown no previous signs of gender-related distress, leading to the rapid onset terminology. Major medical organizations quickly distanced themselves from these findings. The American Academy of Pediatrics, the Endocrine Society, and the World Professional Association for Transgender Health all rejected the concept. Critics pointed out that the study only surveyed parents, not the adolescents themselves, and relied heavily on parents who frequented websites skeptical of transgender identities. The controversy intensified when Brown University initially distanced itself from the research after publication. Littman later revised some of her language, but maintained her core claims about social influence affecting gender identity development. The concept continues to appear in political debates about transgender youth access to medical care, despite the lack of supporting evidence from subsequent peer-reviewed research. Mental health professionals generally view authentic gender dysphoria as an established medical condition that can manifest at various life stages, not as a socially transmitted phenomenon. Yaqub the scientist is a central figure in Nation of Islam teachings, described as a black scientist who lived on the island of Patmos 6,600 years ago. According to these beliefs, Yaqub possessed extraordinary knowledge of genetics and selective breeding techniques that wouldn't be discovered by mainstream science until the 20th century. The story claims Yaqub became dissatisfied with his society and decided to create a new race through careful manipulation of birth rates and genetic selection. Working with a team of assistants, he supposedly spent 600 years developing lighter-skinned humans through increasingly selective breeding programs. The process involved separating families based on skin tone and systematically breeding for specific physical characteristics. Nation of Islam founder Elijah Muhammad taught that Yaqub's experiment ultimately produced what he called the white race, intended to rule over black people for a predetermined period of 4,000 years. This timeline places the end of this supposed dominance in the 1960s, coinciding with the civil rights movement. The Yaqub story serves as foundational mythology within Nation of Islam theology, explaining historical power dynamics through a scientific-sounding narrative. Members are taught that mainstream archaeology and anthropology deliberately suppress evidence of advanced ancient black civilizations and Yaqub's genetic experiments. Modern Nation of Islam literature presents detailed diagrams and charts, supposedly showing Yaqub's breeding methodology, complete with generational timelines and genetic calculations. These materials attempt to give scientific credibility to what most scholars recognize as religious mythology rather than historical fact. The story gained wider attention through the writings of Malcolm X before his departure from the organization, and later through various hip-hop artists who referenced Yaqub in their lyrics during the 1990s. Lysenkoism is a Soviet agricultural theory that convinced an entire superpower to abandon proven genetics in favor of ideologically driven plant breeding. Trofim Lysenko, a Ukrainian agronomist with minimal scientific training, claimed he could dramatically increase crop yields by rejecting the established laws of heredity. Instead of accepting that traits pass from parent to offspring through genes, Lysenko insisted that plants could inherit characteristics they acquired during their lifetime. His signature technique involved vernalization, where winter wheat seeds were chilled and moistened before planting. Lysenko declared this treatment would permanently alter the plant's genetic makeup, allowing them to grow in spring conditions while retaining winter wheat's hardiness. He promised these beneficial changes would pass to future generations without any further treatment. The theory gained traction because it aligned perfectly with Soviet ideology. Traditional genetics suggested that biological inheritance followed fixed laws, which conflicted with the Marxist belief that environment shapes everything. Lysenkoism offered the appealing notion that crops, like Soviet citizens, could be improved through proper conditioning. Stalin personally endorsed Lysenko in 1936, transforming agricultural pseudoscience into state policy. Real geneticists faced imprisonment or execution for contradicting Lysenko's claims. Nikolai Vavilov, one of the world's leading botanists, died in a Soviet prison after challenging Lysenko's methods. The results proved catastrophic. Collective farms implementing Lysenko's techniques experienced massive crop failures throughout the 1940s and 50s. Millions faced starvation, while Lysenko continued receiving state funding and international praise from communist sympathizers. Despite overwhelming evidence of failure, Lysenkoism dominated Soviet biology until Lysenko's death in 1976, setting back Russian agricultural science by decades. Nazi occultism refers to the collection of mystical beliefs and pseudoscientific practices that influenced key figures within the Third Reich. Far from being a unified doctrine, these ideas represented a bizarre fusion of Germanic paganism, racial mysticism, and fabricated historical claims that would shape some of the regime's most dangerous policies. The roots trace back to the Thule Society, a Munich-based occult group founded in 1918 that combined German nationalism with Aryan supremacist theories. Members like Rudolf Hess and Dietrich Eckart became early mentors to Adolf Hitler, though Hitler himself remained largely skeptical of occult practices throughout his life. Heinrich Himmler emerged as the true believer among Nazi leadership. The SS chief established the Ahnenerbe in 1935, an organization dedicated to researching supposed Aryan origins and lost civilizations. Under Himmler's direction, expeditions were launched to Tibet in 1938 and 1939, searching for evidence of ancient Aryan races and measuring skull dimensions of Tibetan monks. The world ice theory, or Welteislehre, gained surprising traction within Nazi circles. Austrian engineer Hans Herberger claimed that ice from outer space had repeatedly collided with Earth, creating a cycle of civilizations. Despite lacking any scientific basis, this theory appealed to Nazi ideology because it suggested that Nordic peoples were survivors of an advanced Ice Age civilization. Wewelsburg Castle in Westphalia became Himmler's occult headquarters, redesigned as a center for SS mystical practices. The castle featured a circular room known as the Obergruppenführersaal, where 12 SS generals would meet around a circular table in supposed Arthurian fashion. Below this lay the crypt, complete with an eternal flame and designed for bizarre ritual purposes. Claims about the Vril Society have largely been traced to post-war fiction, though wartime Germany did see genuine interest in supposed psychic energies and alternative physics. The Ahnenerbe funded research into dowsing, pendulum divination, and attempts to harness what they called earth rays for military applications. These beliefs contributed to the regime's archaeological vandalism across occupied Europe, as teams searched for artifacts supporting Aryan migration theories. The consequences extended far beyond academic fraud, as racial mysticism provided pseudoscientific justification for genocide and territorial expansion. Aryanism is the belief that a specific group of people, referred to as Aryans, are part of a superior racial or cultural lineage. The theory pulls heavily from misinterpreted linguistic research in the 1800s, where the term Aryan was originally used to describe a family of languages that would later be grouped under Indo-European. Over time, the word became twisted into a racial category, fueled by nationalist ideologies and eugenic theories that had little to do with its original linguistic meaning. In the early 20th century, Aryanism became politically weaponized. It was used as a framework to justify discrimination, cultural domination, and even state-sponsored violence. The ideology claimed that Aryans were responsible for the development of all advanced civilizations, and that other groups were either degenerate or parasitic. This belief system was used to selectively rewrite history, linking Aryans to the construction of ancient monuments, lost civilizations, and philosophical breakthroughs. Entire historical timelines were restructured to support the idea of an Aryan Golden Age. Some fringe versions even claimed that Aryans were of non-human origin, descending from gods, star beings, or a hyper-advanced Atlantean society. There are also lesser-known strains of Aryanism that suggest Aryans once occupied places like Tibet, the Arctic, or even Inner Earth. These claims often blend pseudo-history with occult mysticism, including hollow earth theories, esoteric symbols, and secret bloodlines. The appeal of Aryanism persists in some fringe circles due to its mythic quality, offering a grand narrative of origin and destiny. But the underlying logic remains based on selective history, distorted linguistics, and circular reasoning. It's an example of how a word with technical origins can be hijacked and turned into the backbone of an entirely fabricated worldview.